I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Jones. Our main headlines tonight.
¡Ey! Arranquemos. Ah, y en respuesta a la mayoría, son todos británicos.
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here. Hope all's well with the family. Just a heads up, we're expecting those troublemakers at Disrupt to attempt to hack the channel during the broadcast, so keep an eye on the interference screen and stay out of the orange. Let's keep the news on the air. It's important, now more than ever.
Okay.
Do that thing you do where you turn politicians into humans. Just don't get drawn into talking about the war or politics in general.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
At
You didn't hear
8:30
this from
p.m.
me,
it's
but-
over to Patrick Bannon for all the day's sports board highlights, including all the tabletop action from the
Apparently,
semi-finals
there's a crew
of
at
Pro
Team
Amateur
HQ right
Sports
now.
Board, the
Each
Sports
giving a
Board
speech for
Sports
something
Board
tonight.
game.
They'll get
At
on the late
9,
news.
it's our
Oh,
nightly
great.
news
So they get the
from
brains and we
late
get the
news
performing
tonight,
monkey.
followed at 9:25 by our unsettling play.
Sometimes you sound just like him, you know.
which tells
Lamentablemente
the cautionary
tengo
tale
que
of brave young ladies' battles to
ponerme
survive
bien
the cruel
con
administrations of
Advance.
our neighbours.
Lamentablemente, no me gusta, son un grupo de mierda.
And sizes.
It
And
is what it
tonight, Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey
I'm
will be getting his
missing
teeth into Fiona from Hamble Bamblebury, who's
10
invented a
seconds,
tasty
everybody.
twist on the humble biscuit.
God,
And
so-
that takes us, after the weather and public information
Going in
film,
5,
into our close down.
4.
But first
3.
tonight, it's time to join Megan and the team for the National Nightly
Good
News.
evening. This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolf. It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of Heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly
Voy a arrepentir de
keeping the
esto.
enemy on high alert. Unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Our
Carajo
parents
es
throughout
esto?
the territory find themselves ever more impressed by the bravery and commitment of their incredible children and the job they're doing keeping supply lines open against all possible odds. Don't starve. Advance's food program moved from strength to strength today as rationing depots were opened in the last remaining unfed areas of the territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity. However, with a reported rise in mental and physical health issues since the imposition of the blockade, critics have questioned whether those smaller communities which are only now starting to receive help could have been better and quicker served. 7 days to die. The recent decision to allow those with long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success. Previously available only to those in their final years, the expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider community. The transition centres have reported larger than expected numbers, but report that they are coping well and able to provide a complete and meaningful service
pero mira la
to all
consola.
who choose to use it. Populous. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card, a worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight.
¿Qué?
While applications are still open for those who like to run fashionably late, they can expect a few tricky questions from Advance. Start me up. Disrupt spokesman Alan James held an impromptu rally today in the northern city of Mankipool. Large crowds gathered to hear the band speaker prove Disrupt are still able to capture the public's imagination. A representative from the Mankipool Community Cohesion Team described the event as mostly peaceful. But it looks like Disrupt aren't going quietly into the night. And finally tonight. Our mutual friend. Bail was denied in the High Court today for shamed former National Nightly News anchor Jeremy Donaldson. The presenter will be transferred to new lodgings at Pentonbridge Prison while the lengthy preparations for his trial, which is still 18 months away, begin. Following his very public breakdown on this programme 10 weeks ago, the once loved presenter was disarmed and taken into custody by the Community Cohesion Team. Let's hope doctors can help the once great man. But first this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st punishing week and people hurting up and down the country, I'll be grilling unpredictable Prime Minister Peter Clement in an exclusive interview from his home in Lancashire. That's coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Ah, puta madre, no puedo ponerme un puto mate.
In part two, I'm a little overexcited to announce I'll be interviewing the one and only Lil C. And later we've got a new feature that's sure to keep you coming back for more. But first tonight, let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in Lancashire. Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Have we started? Yes, that's right, Miss Wolf. Just a few minor adjustments. I mean, nothing drastic. I haven't joined the gym or anything. As my old man used to say, just because she won't take it up the shit, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try for a quick fiddle up the car park.
Language, Prime Minister. Language, Prime Minister.
What? Quick fiddle? What's wrong? Oh, shitter. It's shitter, isn't it? Yep, that's the one.
And can you tell us what brought about this new you?
Well, you know, Mrs. C and I were watching, you know, the night the blockade began, when Jeremy Donaldson, well, you know, and it was blistering hot, as I'm sure you all remember, and I were a bit wheezy from all the cigars and all that, and Mrs. C turns to me after, you know, after the signal dropped away, and she was in floods of tears. And she says, Peter, she says, I couldn't go on without you. So I made a decision. And since that day, I have stopped smoking cigars. Except for Christmas. My birthdays. Weddings. State dinners. That's what I say. I got this useless Rudy backwards doesn't go anywhere. And apparently I'm going on a walking holiday this Christmas, and that should finish me off for bloody good.
Did you make the decision to holiday within the country this winter because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well, Mrs. C has never liked travelling at the best of times. These are certainly not the best of times, on that we can all agree. There's a lot of red tape involved in leaving the territories at the moment, as I'm sure you're all aware. Those forms are bastard long. What? All in it together. Oh yeah. Also, it doesn't seem very advanced to be going abroad when the rest of the country is grounded.
And yet, Julia Salisbury announced today that she'll be visiting Svenland during this year's winter break. Is that really an example of team spirit?
What? Did you know about this, Gail?
No one tells me anything, Peter. You should know that.
Why didn't you know?
Well, leaving that for a moment, it says on this card that a body like yours must take some planning to achieve. What's your morning routine?
Well, I have a frigid morning routine.
Rigid. It's rigid for fuck's sake!
Oh, yeah. A rigid and demanding plan that my doctor and personal trainer has.
Who's your personal trainer?
Some prick called Clark. Is that on your card?
I thought you meant that. Prime Minister, speaking of planning, with the blockade in its 20th week and the people of this country reeling from its effects, what plans do you have to get us out of this mess?
Well, that's a very blunt question, Miss
Surely
Wolf.
one for which you, the democratically elected Prime Minister, must have an answer.
Don't you get smart with me, Pat. I was a fucking national treasure before you were a twinkle in the milkman's scrotum. You want to talk about plans? Let me tell you about plans. That's all we do. Fucking plans and revised plans. And then meetings to discuss the implementation of plans. And plans and yet more planning for fucking plans and yet more fucking plans.
Well, that's good. That's good to know, Prime Minister. That's good to know,
I
Prime
really
Minister.
like you, Pat. You're a breath of fresh air. But I've been watching you, And you know what? I've been watching you. You get more like him every day. You get more like him every day.
I will take that as a compliment. Prime Minister, later on this evening, your co-leader Julia Salisbury is going to give a national address from team headquarters. Can you give us a hint of what she's going to say?
Yes. I imagine that there
Sorry,
will be.
you imagine?
Usual, will be.
You
No,
imagine?
what I mean is.
You do know about this broadcast, don't you, Prime Minister?
I'm sure I did. But Julia and I have no secrets from each other. We don't memorize each other's bloody diaries either. As my old man used to say, if you wanted to get a job done quick, don't get bogged down in the pubes. What else have you got?
Sorry?
Only cars, what else? A little piece of my life do you want to rustle through? Get out, refill my glass. Get out, refill my glass. Come on. Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
What music do you listen to when you work out?
Well, Gail tells me that I work out to little C, but I have absolutely no fucking idea who that is. And do you think the C stands for?
It stands for collaborative, Prime Minister. It stands for collaborative, Prime Minister.
That does make more sense.
How's rationing affecting you?
It's hard, but we get by. You just have to learn to get by on the basics. Take comfort in each other. I've got Mrs. C. And many a fine single malt. I want full of it. I want full of it.
So for a decent night's sleep. Of course.
Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. When we come back, it's time for the Culture Spot with Lil C and a world premiere performance of her new song. I genuinely can't wait to hear that. We'll be back after this. 1 minute back, everybody.
And that is what happens when you wander from the car.
I don't think he knew about her statement.
I don't think anyone's supposed to know. When you mentioned it, Bozeman's face turned a colour that I think you call embolism.
Am I in trouble?
Bozeman? Nah, you're like the daughter he never had. Suppose the higher-ups might fire him, though.
Who's Lil C?
Or if there's any justice, me.
Who's Lil C?
Are you winding me up?
What? I'm civilised. I read books.
You'll no doubt have spotted the updated mixing disc. You'll need the new buttons during the next sections. First, we'll need applause when the guest enters and before her song. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it when we get there.
Ok, Bossman. Que te parió. Esto. Ah.
Eau de Beauvoir.
I've never heard of her before.
The dangerous new fragrance from Eye of the Beholder, formulated with all natural hydrogen sulfide. Eau de Beauvoir, because who cares?
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May in All My Daughter's Children's Men, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart records at the age of just 20. Let's give it up and welcome Lil C! May I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
What's the regime?
My manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is that healthy?
Oh, well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are. Now, you'll have to forgive me, but I'm somewhat of a super fan, so I'm sorry if I get a bit starstruck.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
Oh, that's good to know. So your first album, F My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight, I went from that, like, annoying little girl from that show to that, like, sexy little girl from that show.
Wow, that must have been bizarre.
Not really, it was just like any other morning. You know, get up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings on my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course. I mean, the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jean Short. I didn't know you'd been estranged.
So there's nothing that strange about it, Megan. Okay, yes, he may believe that aliens told him to hate women, but there really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
So, this newfound explosion to your popularity, I mean, did that change your life?
Well, I had to start wearing like nicer underwear, you know, for the paparazzi. But as my manager says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30.
Is that right? So what's the album about?
So I thought it was about like how pretty and great I am, but actually it's about monetizing youth, I think, or about like promoting an unrealistic standard of beauty or something.
Your manager again?
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dancing and then this part will all be forgotten about.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, we're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yeah, it's from my album Put It In My A Together and it's out tomorrow.
So soon, after the last one?
Oh yeah, I've actually released 2 albums since lunchtime and a clothing line during this interview. See, this is called Cry for Help and it's going to be in all the best high street and retailer shops and it's out now. So girlies, you know what to do. Scream and cry until somebody gets it for you.
Ooh. There she goes. Blimey. All these projects, they're keeping you very busy, aren't they? It must be tough.
Yeah, it can get tough and I hate it sometimes and I hate myself. I just want to like cry into a bath of root veg. But then I think thousands of girls would do anything to be me, so I must be quite lucky.
Well, you know you don't have to do this though, don't you?
Yeah, I do think that sometimes. Most nights between like my 4th vodka and the 8th time a stranger slaps me around the arse. I think things could have been different, you know, like better. But I don't know. I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
Did you always want to do music?
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I did. I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I'd press record on my cassette. But then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off and to go back upstairs and start practicing again.
Sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Cragler proud and you might just survive childbirth."
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
And on that problematic note, you're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you? Tell me about it.
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. But you know what? It's actually all right. And don't worry, all my work is team approved.
All right then. Well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit. It was a very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh, so here is Lucy with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
It's the Force's favorite, the Queen of Teams, here to break in your blockades, Lil C.
Oh baby, can't you see I'm hungry? There's a place in me that's empty. I want that meat you're packing, only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here, boy, I got no agenda. Just want the team and me, no dirty foreign member. Don't stop one morning till there's holes in me that ain't been filled yet. I only scream this loud when you do your country proud. I ain't no Vickers daughter, come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. action. So come and break my sanctions. I've been this wild and free since Mama burdened me. She was only 53 but gave to save her family. There's no one judging me if I'm the one that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, this baby's gonna bring you home. I ain't no liquor starter, come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and hold me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So what if Peter Clemens poison come and use me as a toy and flip me over, grab my hair, rip off my clothes and dump them there? I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions.
Well, if that doesn't distract you from the world outside, I don't know what will. I'd like to thank Lil C for doing that. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing the new segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
The enemy is all around us. A frightening world that looks at what we have achieved.
Can I just say,
and does not let it
thank you
succeed.
so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know. To be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Well, don't worry about it. And you know what? Good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours.
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the public to have that certain respect. You know what it's like.
Oh, right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jean Short?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both have the same agency, you know, like it just made sense. Both of us for our image together. And Michael, I want to see the revenue share for the clothing line and get me a G&T before my meeting with the lube guys. If they say for your pleasure, I'm going to start needing it.
Together, that we encourage and educate our family, friends, and
I hope you've got your head around these sound effects, Alex, because you'll need all 4 buttons for the next section.
Fuck!
Each time they light up, listen to the actors and try and pick the most appropriate effect. The actors can't hear your choices, so let's not upset them when they watch it back later.
I'm better than that now. I'll tell you what, just keep adding flowers until it feels like 12. Got it?
Absolutely, right away. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Thanks for joining us for part
No me odien por estar
We've been
poniendo...
teasing you about our new feature all night, and now the wait is finally over. I can reveal that every night on the show we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top talent and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra. I go by Jeff Capitulo now. How'd you like that?
Well, yeah, very fancy. I suppose you need a new name now that you're a successful artiste.
Well, exactly. I'm earning enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
And how does Angela feel about all this?
Who?
Your wife.
Oh, God, no. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now. We were married last month.
Norm de Plume.
Yeah.
And why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Oh, well, I received a telephone call offering me 25 grand to write a pro-team sitcom. And I heard my father's voice. It said, Jeff, You listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this. So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. Wow. Utter shite.
And without further ado, let's give it up for the notice board.
You have to play a sound effect, Alex.
¿Por qué? ¡Pero no me dejas hacerlo! ¡Pétala!
Alex, if you keep this up, you'll ruin the notice board, and the actors won't be happy.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh, morning.
¡Me decís que lo toque! Temprano y me cagas a pedo. Me decís que lo toque tarde y me cagas a pedo.
In closing time.
Oh, Ray, it's those young louts. They've vandalized my shop again.
No!
Yes! They've written all sorts of obscene language and crude pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't ever become productive members of the community. What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock.
¡Ah! ¡Ahora sí anda!
See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it, Ray. And just like that, we can unlock their future.
Yes, yes. Wow! Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Oh, I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right. Here it is.
It's a letter from my granddaughter, Brenda. She says she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers? Hey?
Oh, no. It's Brad. He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Oh, clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What? Did you say tutoring?
That's right. Maths is very important. Would you mind, Ray?
Not at all.
So you, a young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing glue?
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are and not on your actions.
No doy.
So it wasn't you who vandalized my shop last night or called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way. It can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Could you speak up there?
I thought for a minute.
Oh Dios, esto da vergüenza ajena. Alguien máteme.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful surprise. I now respect you as a man.
Put her there, Ray. Oh, what the heck? Give us a hug.
Whoa! Bossman?
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news. I'm being told we are picking up reports from across the continent of what appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major foreign cities.
Uh-oh.
Initial estimates put the death toll into. They put them into millions. I'm being told we're experiencing some power shortages as a result, so apologies for the interruption. And apparently we can go live now to team headquarters for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury any moment. Yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world. Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent. We have similar devices in 58 other urban centres and will not hesitate to detonate them if our conditions are not met in full and without delay. The people of our territory will no longer tolerate your illegal and genocidal blockade. You are to remove it immediately. We will accept nothing less than your unconditional surrender. Your territories will be taken under our control. We will install replacement governments to ensure that your citizens become part of the new future. Your borders are now our borders. Your people are our people. They will finally be fed and clothed and educated and healed. But for your privileged few, the moment that they feared is now upon them. Allow me to be crystal clear. If you fire a single shot at our territory, or harm a single one of our citizens, we will not hesitate to detonate further devices. You will not find them. Though no doubt you are already searching for them. Our technology is decades ahead of yours. We will expect your complete acceptance of our terms by midnight tonight. Thank you.
I don't really talk about my personal life in my job. It's not relevant or important. So many of you may be surprised to learn that I have a brother. His name is David. And right now I can't get his stupid face out of my head. He's a researcher and he's currently travelling the continent for work. And I don't know where he is right now. And I should imagine that there are many of you sitting at home tonight digesting this news, and you also have loved ones on the continent, in Urkistan, or Havia, or San Palmerino, or Konislava, which is where David was when I last spoke to him 3 days ago. So when I tell you I know how you are feeling tonight, believe me, I do. But I also know that there's a flow to events. I see it every day here. I know that although tonight it feels like we may be in a time of fear and darkness, We may actually be at the break of a new dawn. We don't know that yet. We can't know that yet, but together we will find out. And I will be here every night, feeling what you are feeling. And with your help, maybe we can all get to that brave new world. My name's Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out. We've got people ringing around, but the telephone networks are overloaded. Okay. We'll find him.
Do we know exactly which cities were hit, or?
Megan. We will find him.
Deuda manejable. ¡Vamos!
But first this evening, with the war about to enter its...
Christ, this piece of shit. Bugging everything. Why is it so hard to turn the fucking wheels? Girl, I think these bike's brakes are fucked. Speak up, my dear old ears can't hear you.
I said there's nothing wrong with the bike.
Well, could you get someone to look at it, please, before I look like a complete prick on the national nightly news?
There's no time. You're live in 30 seconds. Put your earpiece in, for fuck's sake!
Christ, it's like lose bloody thing. It's like losing my virginity all over again. Right. That's it. How long have we got?
10 seconds.
What?
Start pedaling, Peter.
Oh, right.
And looking surprised in 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Oh, have we started?
Blah 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 blah.
We'll see, but I won't. Stuff is complete. On that phone now. That was a fucking ambush. Get on that phone now, right now, to that. Find out what that duplicitous bitch is up to, and get me a bottle of something stronger. This fucking government stuff is complete fucking bog water.
I've never heard of her before.
Oh, she's big, really big.
Really?
Yeah.
She any good?
Nah, of course not. She dog shit. Oh. But kids go...
No, acá no vimos nada, perdón.
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news. I'm being told we're picking up reports from across the continent.
Bueno, esto se puso oscuro bastante rápido. ¿Dónde carajo estará Susie? Una respuesta proporcional. El resto de tu tanda pasa. Eso es tu pensar. Operativos trabajando para Vance detonaron explosivos nucleares. Estimaciones iniciales ponen la cantidad de muertos en millones. ¿Esto realmente pasó? Te hacen declarar sin memoria el camino a casa. La iglesia enfrente de todos está prendida. Claramente alguien sigue prendida. Las puertas se abren en el living y Natalia está sentada en el sofá. La pantalla está apagada y está pidiendo. Estás al lado de ella y pones una mano en su hombro. No te miren a vos, pero usted puede agarrar su mano con eso. Ahora que están cerca, puedes ver la cara de Samus claramente. Puedes ver una pista que nadie ve entonces. Y dices tú, sí. Ambos están... sí. ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Qué mierda podemos hacer? ¡Los bastardos mataron a Chris y Susie! ¡Oh, mierda! ¡Ay, Dios! Nos topo esta guerra del orto que nunca pedimos. Lo veo en lágrimas sobre el fuego. Pura ira. Os odio, Alex. Sabes que nunca fui un fan de Advance, pero después de esto... son monstruos. ¿Esto qué tienes eso? No es algo que podemos ser diferentes. Tenemos que hacer algo. Nada puede justificar lo que hicieron. Y cualquiera que trate de hacerlo son tan malos como ellos. El suspiro sale de la cama como una ola y se colapsa. Claramente esto lo está pesando encima. Está seguro de pesar todo. Pero no vas a estar avanzando. Concha de la mano. La reputísima madre que lo parió. Un último despido. La última semana pasó muy borrosa. Un montón de cosas siempre, evidentemente olvidaste de tu memoria. Estaba ofuscada con una nube oscura. 9 días desde la noche de la liberación y el principio del nuevo futuro de Pense. No eran los primeros en la iglesia hoy. Compuesto por un número de gente que vino a... Todos estaban por el mismo motivo, compartiendo la misma sensación de pérdida. Está escrito en sus caras, tanto como la tuya. Das un paso de todos, necesitando ganar espacio para juntar tus pensamientos. Tu pequeña pibe, Susie, y ahora Chris. Ambos fueron. Sam dijo poco esta mañana. Está claramente en shock. No que los puedas culpar, no hicieron mucho. Sam me parece silencioso. Aprieta tu mano lentamente en un acto de desesperación. Buscando con... y habitándote de vuelta. Una pequeña parte tuya no te deja esperar, no te deja imaginar. ¿Realmente sos culpable? Estas heridas no se van tan rápido. No había ni siquiera ataúdes para enterrar. Y 713, un éxodo académico. Parecía una mañana ordinaria, pero cuando estás a tu trabajo empiezas un pequeño grupo juntado en un cuarto de descanso. Cuando agarras tu primera taza de té del día, no puedes escuchar un par de cosas. ¿No escuchaste? Sí, otra más desapareció. ¿Y a cuánto nos llegó el total? Creo que ya siguen a este punto. No van a poder reportar a todos o darse cuenta. Che, perdón, ¿qué está pasando? Una mujer emocionada te mira. Otro profesor desapareció de la Universidad de Cambio, con todas las últimas desapariciones de este año. Científicos, doctores, investigadores. Antes de eso, susurraste. Claramente es de Rob haciendo objetivo a la gente que habla contra ellos. Escuché que estas plans están tratando Prevenido más. Una voz profunda interrumpe. ¿Qué pasa acá? Un silencio se toma el cuarto mientras todos se... Osmanas. Ya les dije, no quiero escuchar nada sobre estas tal desapariciones. Ahora vamos, Alban fue bastante claro que no tiene nada de qué preocuparse. Lo que significa que no es nuestro problema. Y a menos que empiecen a clasificar capuchinos como intelectuales, no creo que nadie tenga de qué preocuparse. Vuelvan a trabajar. Bosman mantiene un par de manos. Mantiene a vos como todos los demás afuera del puesto. Mira, entre vos y yo, esta cosa de dejarlo en paz viene de arriba. Se me va de las manos. Apreciaría si te podrías abstener de hablar de esto. ¿Estás seguro en que las noticias esté en línea con esa escuela de pensamiento, sí? Tiene un golpeteo, la palmada y una sonrisa antes de seguir con lo que estaba haciendo. Bueno, pareciera que para PJ peor. El dominio público ahora está full. Oh, bienvenido a C5N. O Canal 7. O Telam. No es cruel porque por lo menos acá todos somos privados, entre comillas. Bueno, para el sector Telam. Y 872. Una chispa para prender el fuego. Estás sorprendido de encontrar en Sam Alan en tu cama al lado tuyo cuando te despertás. Debe haber quedado muy tarde de disfrutar las idas con la gente de tu escuela. Decidiste dejarlos dormir y disfrutar un domingo tranquilo en la mañana. Con la casa tranquila decidiste dar un poco de desayuno al cuarto y mirar la tele con tu mesa. Estas son noticias nuevas. Los reportes están viniendo de todo el país de grandes cantidades de tierra del campo en llamas en la última noche, mientras las autoridades están llamando a un acto bien malvado y bien planeado de terrorismo por el grupo conocido como Disrupt. Soltás la cuchara en subirse el volumen. ¡Ah, mierda! En agregado con los locales de comida, los cuales los recursos gubernamentales dijeron que iban a poner una línea en el centro de menú universal en todo el país, un gran número de CCO y edificios cívicos fueron hechos objetivos en la noche. De acuerdo a la primera ministra Julia Salisbury, prisiones específicas y edificios de departamento y reeducación fueron impuestos, y un pequeño grupo de selección de individuos peligrosos, potencialmente peligrosos y problemáticos fueron extraídos a la fuerza de la custodia de la ley. Contar las respiraciones, pero escuchar si alguien salió lastimado. Desafortunadamente parece que los SEO no estaban preparados para un evento así, y Disrupt parece haber hecho un muy buen efectivo y buena en comparativa. Mientras muchos de los objetivos fueron, gracias a Dios, vacíos de gente, dada la tardanza de la hora, los centros de Batman fueron cerrados cuando vinieron bajo ataque. 17 CCOs y 4 agentes administrativas perdieron sus vidas como resultado de las acciones brutales de Disrupt la última noche, con muchos más lastimados, varios heridos y llevados al hospital. Muchos miembros de Disrupt fueron capturados en los conflictos, pero la gran mayoría parece válida de captura. Más en esta historia mientras se desarrolla. Perdón, me equivoqué, dije la mayoría y en realidad en un par. Erróneo. Apaguemos la tele. Pero algo capta lo tuyo. Algo... La escena del crimen que estuve dando cuenta. El olor... Un castillo de... Un encendedor muy distintivo. Claramente de Irguistán. Es muy pequeño para descubrirlo, pero definitivamente hay algo ahí. Que se metieron Pussy Chippy. A mí no me metas, yo sigo siendo relativamente neutral. Día 912. Lamentablemente ahora tengo que chupar un poco la pija a Advance. No me gusta. Me desagrada completamente, me es un puto insulto, pero... Día 912. El que he vuelto. 1 año y medio desde la noche de liberación.
Alex?
Sí.
This is Alan James. The revolution starts tonight, Alex, and we need your help. Throughout this broadcast, we're going to ask you to do things that will directly help with this mass protest. I'll be talking to you regularly tonight, and I'll also be hacking in when I can. Please help get our message out. We're on the verge, Alex. You've always been fair and balanced in your approach to us. With your help, we can tip the balance in our favor. If you play our tape at the second break, that's when we think it will have the most impact. It's on your right.
Of Just the Job, followed at 10 p.m. by a chance to see the very last episode of Just the Job.
So what?
At
How's he doing?
10:45, Dr.
How should I know?
Well, you haven't heard from him.
He's a wanted criminal, Colin.
¿Dónde mierda salió esta radio?
Your grandmother's on the run, Colin.
En el segundo, listo.
Armed robbery, resisting arrest, double homicide on the same bloke. She's right laugh.
I hope he's alright though.
No, he's got this far, and your brother was fine. I'm going in 10 seconds, everybody! Wonder what they're doing to him.
Annoying him, probably.
Not probably, definitely. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News broadcasting across the territories. My name is Megan Wolf. Our top stories tonight. Future legend. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted multiple attacks across the territories. During the coordinated action, subsequently dubbed the Night of Fire, emergency services were kept busy at the agricultural centres, while a series of covert attacks were carried out freeing political prisoners, including former newsman Jeremy Donaldson. Nothing has been heard from the missing journalist since the violent Disrupt attack on his convoy 6 weeks ago. Donaldson was on his way back to Betterment after his notorious court appearance. All of us here at Channel 1 hope that wherever he is now, he's safe. Food, glorious food. With the last of the menu centres opening in territories 5, 8 and 14 today, Advance confirmed that the programme
no,
is now in
mal.
operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world. Jack Tractorpants, spokesman for the menu centres, said today that while they can guarantee the contents of every box is nutritious, the actual quality of the meals you cook depends on whether you have a touch of Chef Jordan Rankley or the culinary skills of a professional footballer. If I were a rich man, problems in territories 11, 17 and 22 today as striking bosses attempted to undermine their new economies. With seemingly no awareness of irony, the former CEOs and MDs have come together to form the Wealth Creators Union, with demands including a return to 150% bonuses, private jets, and mandatory grovelling zones. In an annoying show of petulance, the former elites drove their luxury vehicles at 10 miles per hour up and down the motorways of their respective territories. The coordinated protest of elites inconvenienced several 100,000 of their employees. Some fun now. Signs of ever more resistance to Advance's radical policies today as popular resistance movement Disrupt extended their reach further across the territories. The organisation's emblem appeared in every major city across the territories last night in a well-coordinated publicity stunt, which has seen them dominate the headlines. Asked about the impressive display earlier today, Disrupt spokesperson Alan James said that the movement was reaching what he described as a critical mass. A poor choice of words given recent history. And an ending of sorts tonight for 3 stories we've been following. A Svilk purse out of a spow's ear. After her pet project was seen to fail miserably last year, an undaunted Sophia Remington today announced exciting plans for the world's biggest landfill, promising there's cash in all that trash. Dubbed Big Stinky by protesting residents of nearby town Calamity, the massive hole should be perfect for disposing of surplus flards, AT cartridges, and the unwanted gadgets made by talented children from across the pond. By pulling success from the fires of potential failure again, Sophia Remington ends a turbulent 2.5 years as CEO at the top of her game. Wrong, but not forgotten. The scientific community today remembers the loss of the many celebrated academics who lost their lives in a rash escape from Dante's taint 1 year ago. The costly voyage, led by David Wong, was recklessly hasty and while a handful of survivors made it home, the casualties were considerable. Among the dead were noted prize-winning marine biologist Ingrid Svorsborg-Horgensvoord and a bunch of other nerds. They will be missed. Ailstorm. Residents of Grizzleford are being warned to stay in their homes today as it seems to be raining beer. Hundreds of bottles of Headbutt Ale have been pelting the town since about 9 o'clock this morning. Headbutt Ale founder Johnny Hamsleeves says they have no idea of the cause and can't be held legally liable. There have been 8 cases of bludgeonings, 4 of lacerations, and 1 toddler arrested for being intoxicated while in charge of a tricycle. All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangley Parts for the notice board, as well as getting a sneak peek at the hottest ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News. But first, 500 days after the loss of a fine leader and a great man, the start of tonight's programme is dedicated to remembering and celebrating the life of Peter Clement. Patrick Bannon is live from Parliament Park, where Julia Salisbury will be breaking ground on what will soon be a memorial garden in Peter's honour. Patrick.
Listening to that old bitch lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now
Patrick, we're
Of
live.
course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days. She's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide that... Hello, Megan, you join me here live from the what? Hello, Megan, you join me here live from the what?
Seems like we've lost some signal there for a moment. Well, we will be going live to that groundbreaking ceremony just as soon as we can get Patrick back. Meanwhile, let me just say, I think the memorial gardens are going to be gorgeous. I've had a sneak peek at the designs and Alana Marsh has done a fabulous job. Oh, okay, all right, it seems like we have got the signal back. We can now go live to Patrick Bannon in Parliament Park. Patrick.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Patrick Bannon, and we are indeed live here. Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now, Julia Salisbury will step out on stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman here. The boys in editing have just informed me that the eulogy footage isn't fully cut together yet. You're going to have to do it on the fly. For goodness sake, make sure you make it look good.
Slowly gathering since this afternoon.
This is Alan. You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make them look bad, Alex. Really bad.
And it seems like the ceremony is getting underway. Here is Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, the picture of elegance, to begin her address.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends. 500 days ago, all of our lives changed irrevocably. Still reeling from the triumphs and tribulations of Liberation Night, another great loss befell the people of these newly united territories. The loss of a leader, a statesman, a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in Rotherham, Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on television, first moving and building scenery.
En caso, alternativamente, anotar tus bugs en un relativo con esto y tirarlos al mar. Hijo de puta. Hasta para esto son graciosos. Muy bien. Chapo. Joff es el peor.
this broadcast, we're going to ask you to do things that will directly help with this first protest. I'll be talking to you regularly tonight, and I'll also be hacking you when I can. Please help get our message out. You're on the verge, Alex. You've always been fair and balanced in your approach to us. With your help, we can tip the balance in our favour. If you play our tape at the second break, that's when we think it will have the most impact. It's on your right.
Episode of Just the Job, followed at 10 p.m. by a chance to see the very last episode of Just the Job.
So what?
How's he doing?
How should I know?
What, you haven't heard from him?
He's a wanted criminal, Colin.
So's my nan, but she never misses a birthday.
Your grandmother's on the run, Colin.
Yeah. Armed robbery, resisting arrest, double homicide of the same bloke. She's right laugh.
I hope he's alright though.
No, he's got this far, and your brother was fine. Going in 10 seconds, everybody! Wonder what they're doing to him.
Annoying him, probably.
Not probably, definitely. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News, broadcasting across the territories. My name is Megan Wolf. Our top stories tonight. Future legend. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted multiple attacks across the territories. During the coordinated action, subsequently dubbed the Night of Fire, emergency services were kept busy at the agricultural centres, while a series of covert attacks were carried out freeing political prisoners, including former newsman Jeremy Donaldson. Nothing has been heard from the missing journalist since the violent Disrupt attack on his convoy 6 weeks ago. Donaldson was on his way back to Betterment after his notorious court appearance. All of us here at Channel 1 hope that wherever he is now, he's safe. Food, glorious food. With the last of the menu centres opening in territories 5, 8 and 14 today, Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world. Promising a healthy, nutritious diet designed to keep all citizens at peak performance, the menu centres used locally sourced produce for that farm-to-plate experience, without the need for spreading manure in your tighty-whities. If I were a rich man, problems in territories 11, 17 and 22 today as striking bosses attempted to undermine their new economies. With seemingly no awareness of irony, the former CEOs and MDs have come together to form the Wealth Creators Union, with demands including a return to 150% bonuses, private jets and mandatory grovelling zones. In an annoying show of petulance, the former elites drove their luxury vehicles at 10 miles per hour up and down the motorways of their respective territories. The coordinated protest of elites inconvenienced several 100,000 of their employees. Some fun now. Signs of ever more resistance to Advance's radical policies today, as popular resistance movement Disrupt extended their reach further across the territories. The organisation's emblem appeared in every major city across the territories last night in a well-coordinated publicity stunt, which has seen them dominate the headlines. Asked about the impressive display earlier today, Disrupt spokesperson Alan James said that the movement was reaching what he described as a critical mass. A poor choice of words given recent history. And an ending of sorts tonight for 3 stories we've been following. A spilk purse out of a spow's ear. After her pet project was seen to fail miserably last year, an undaunted Sophia Remington today announced exciting plans for the world's biggest landfill, promising there's cash in all that trash. Dubbed Big Stinky by protesting residents of nearby town Calamity, the massive hole should be perfect for disposing of surplus flasks, AT cartridges, and the unwanted gadgets made by talented children from across the pond. By pulling success from the fires of potential failure again, Sophia Remington ends a turbulent 2.5 years as CEO at the top of her game. Wrong, but not forgotten. The scientific community today remembers the loss of the many celebrated academics who lost their lives in a rash escape from Dante's taint 1 year ago. The costly voyage, led by David Wong, was recklessly hasty, and while a handful of survivors made it home, the casualties were considerable. Among the dead were noted prize-winning marine biologist Ingrid Svorsborg-Hågensvord and a bunch of other nerds. They will be missed. Hailstorm. Residents of Grizzleford are being warned to stay in their homes today as it seems to be raining beer. Hundreds of bottles of Headbutt Ale have been pelting the town since about 9 o'clock this morning. Headbutt Ale founder Johnny Hamsleeves says they have no idea of the cause and can't be held legally liable. There have been 8 cases of bludgeonings, 4 of lacerations, and 1 toddler arrested for being intoxicated while in charge of a tricycle. All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangley Parks for the notice board, as well as getting a sneak peek at the hottest ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News. But first, 500 days after the loss of a fine leader and a great man, the start of tonight's programme is dedicated to remembering and celebrating the life of Peter Clement. Patrick Bannon is live from Parliament Park, where Julia Salisbury will be breaking ground on what will soon be a memorial garden in Peter's honour. Patrick.
Listening to that old bitch lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick?
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick, we're
Of
live.
course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days. She's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide that... Hello, Megan, you join me here live from the what? Hello, Megan, you join me here live from the what?
Seems like we've lost some signal there for a moment. Well, we will be going live to that groundbreaking ceremony just as soon as we can get Patrick back. Meanwhile, let me just say, I think the memorial gardens are going to be gorgeous. I've had a sneak peek at the designs and Alana Marsh has done a fabulous job. Oh, okay, all right, it seems like we have got the signal back. We can now go live to Patrick Bannon in Parliament Park. Patrick.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Patrick Bannon, and we are indeed live here. Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now, Julia Salisbury will step out on stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman here. The boys in editing have just informed me that the eulogy footage isn't fully cut together yet. You're going to have to do it on the fly. For goodness sake, make sure you make it look good.
Slowly gathering since this afternoon.
This is Alan. You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make him look bad, Alex. Really bad.
And it seems like the ceremony is getting underway. Here is Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, the picture of elegance, to begin her address.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends. 500 days ago, all of our lives changed irrevocably. Still reeling from the triumphs and tribulations of Liberation Night, another great loss befell the people of these newly united territories. The loss of a leader, a statesman, a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in Rotherham, Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on television, first moving and building scenery, and then developing into the personality that we all knew and loved so much.
Just the Job first hit our screens over 25 years ago, running for 11 series, winning multiple awards, and charming audiences up and down the country.
Peter taught us, all of us, not to be content with the way things are, not to accept inequities, no matter how small. But he also taught us what it took to fight them. Courage, integrity, empathy, and hard, bloody graft.
Across a career spanning 3 decades, Peter Clement was known for shows including Wake Up, It's Saturday, and much later, late-night chat show PT, which at its peak drew millions of viewers.
Peter was by no means a saint. Trust me, He once told me he had more regrets than he'd had stolen dinners. He always did have a knack for a turn of phrase. But it speaks to the strength of his character that he chose to share with us his mistakes alongside his achievements, his faults as well as his talents. Peter had the heart to give it all he had for the people of these united territories.
Famous for his potty mouth, it's estimated conservatively that Peter Clement uttered over 1.5 million swear words during his career, though some sources put this figure well in excess of 2 million F-bombs alone.
Gripped by illness as he was in the weeks and months leading up to Liberation Night, he wasn't the man we loved. But his eyes still twinkled with that familiar joy for life, that spark of wit and wisdom of a life lived for others.
Prime Minister Clement, of course, died from apparent liver failure after suffering from the long-term effects of alcohol abuse.
I first met Peter nearly 20 years ago, moments before I was supposed to give a speech. Not unlike this one, actually. Only I'd spilt coffee all down myself, and I was young, nervous, desperate to be liked, and from behind me I heard, "Christ, pet, you've either pissed your kecks or sprung a leak, but either way you got a problem." And before I could even say a word, he'd stripped off his dry trousers and insisted I took them. That was the sort of man that Peter Clement was. Kind, compassionate, sensitive, a brilliant thinker, a natural leader, but mostly a good man. This glorious nation of ours, so beautiful and new, this shining beacon of
Thank you, Alex. There'll be another opportunity to steer public perception soon. It's really starting. You'll know when.
Despite his accomplishments, the future he forged, the boundaries he pushed, to me, he'll always be the man in his pants cheering on a stranger at the back of the conference. It is my great honour to give to you the Peter Clement Memorial Garden. Should we see if we can get a countdown going? Everyone with me? 10, 9, 8, 7.
Now, Alex, control the message.
Mom, we have to get you to safety. Come with us.
I'm not leaving, I can't.
Oi!
You two, come with me. Don't panic.
Are you hurting me?
You're gonna be okay.
Fuck
What are you doing?
I'm not resisting. You all saw. Not resisting.
You will damn well follow it. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Turn the fucking camera off.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear anything.
Yes. Medics are coming. You sit down.
I can't hear you. I'm from the National Nightly News.
I need help now! Please, stay with me.
He's still here.
Julius Goldsbury!
Requested. Target approaching Songbird.
More than 10 people. Justice demands a response. Haven't you done enough? Look around you.
Fucking
This is what your precious freedom looks like, is it? On the fire! Oh God, no.
Rise up! Take to the streets, the time has come! Stop fires! Break windows! Draw them out! They can't stop us all! Resist! Distract!
Lower your weapons!
Location secure.
I said, lower your weapons now!
Sent to Coast authorization was granted. None.
It was unnecessary. Can't you see?
Will you turn that off, please, sir? I said, please turn that off. Please turn that off.
Shocking scenes from the Capitol.
Is this not enough? You've just seen them execute unarmed civilians.
People like you and me. So why are you watching this? Why are you not in the streets with us tonight? What will it take for you to get...
As it happens, and we make no apology for that. We'll update you on the latest from this disrupt attack later in the programme, but when we come back, it's time for happier pursuits, and you know what that means by now. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
That didn't go so well, Alex.
Everyone's safe for the crew.
But we can turn it around in the next segment.
A good distance from the unit base.
This is becoming a weekly event.
No.
I'm putting food on there.
This is the big one.
Great. So there's a revolution happening outside and we're after dangly fucking parts.
That's journalism, apparently. Can we get set for the next sequence?
Alex, during this next section, a cameraman working in the newsroom who's one of us is going to get a coded location out. We don't know yet which camera he's on, but if we find out, I'll let you know. Just keep your eyes out for the fist and try and keep it on the air for at least 5 seconds. Our operatives will do the rest.
This is your new makeup artist, Craig.
No.
What?
No.
10 seconds, everybody. Sorry, Craig. It's a no. Okay, we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, Megan Wolfe. Very shortly, we'll be heading on over to the final episode of what has quickly become a hugely successful feature, the notice board. But before we do, let's chat with Philippa Radin. Tell me, why do you think the public love the notice board so much?
It's real. There, I said it. It connects with people. You know, people look at us and they say, those are real people struggling with real problems.
That's a really interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to my PA's secretary as I got out the limo, I was saying, it's good for people to see normal, authentic people like them on TV.
People like you.
Yeah, precisely. Unfortunately, then I was interrupted by some dreadful wretch who wanted an autograph, but a swift kicking from security soon put him back in line.
Yes, well, I think it's really good that our screens are filled with such relatable stories. So, the notice board is coming to an end after a sensational time at the top. What do you think has made this show so successful?
Oh, it's a combination of so many things. My hard work, my talent, my look.
Wow, we really have a lot to thank you for.
Hey, hey, hey. You're welcome.
We just heard our man's on camera 4.
I have a real sense of responsibility now. You know, a sense I've been entrusted with something precious and that I should use that platform for good.
Yeah, I think that's really important, that we should use this platform to do good in the world. I agree.
That's exactly it. So I've decided to help as many underprivileged children.
I hope that's enough to get the message out. Thank you for trying, at least.
How are you doing that? Is that better access to education or, you know, reducing child poverty?
No, by adopting as many as I can get my hands on.
Oh, okay. How many children have you adopted?
Oh, we're well into the double figures now, Megan. I stopped counting in the late 30s.
Goodness, that is a lot of children.
Yeah, once we finish putting them into the guest room, I'll have to put a futon in the laundry cupboard.
Oh, you really are some sort of hero.
Hey, I live a privileged life. What can I say? I mean, any child I can take on is a child rescued from suffering.
Poor children. Were their lives really that bad before?
Oh, they're Northerns, I presume so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's shocking to think, actually, that only 1 in 10,000 children have a celebrity parent.
I'd never thought of it that way before.
And I'm doing everything I can to fix those numbers.
What do you think it is about your life that's so desirable, then?
Well, it's mainly shame and panic interspersed with expensive bottled water, so actually, if anyone wants to, I'd happily trade.
Now that I can relate to. Right, you better go off and get ready. That was Philippa Radin sharing some thoughts about her lifestyle. I think it's really important to stay grounded and keep everything in perspective. Clearly, not everyone else agrees, but that's enough for me. Let's go now over to Dangly Parts for the final ever episode of the notice board.
What a day! First the tea morning, and now to post this notice. I don't know how I managed to cope with it all. Oh wait, perhaps I do. Oh! By St. Barnabas, what on earth is all this?
Freeze, dirtbag!
Oh, Laura, it's you. I thought for a moment you were a knife-wielding mugger or stabber.
No, I'm afraid not. It's just me, a community cohesion officer, responsible for keeping crime at record lows.
Of course. Keep forgetting that thanks to you and your colleagues, violence on our streets is a thing of the past.
What's all this, Vicar?
I know! It's a disgrace. Somebody has defaced...
We've managed to get the location code out through back channels. All you need to do is give them the go code. Give them 3 boos in a row for the next 3 cues. 3 boos, Alex.
Careful, Vicar. It looks heavy.
Ha! They don't call me the Right Reverend. Ripped for no reason.
Yes!
It's no good.
It looks like all those crucifix classes were a waste of time.
Perhaps you, a young CCO, would be able to move it.
2 for 2. Fantastic.
Looks like all those lifting classes were a waste of time.
It's too heavy, even for me, a strong and capable
Well done,
woman.
Alex.
Surely there's no
Let's hope that turned things round.
strong enough to lift this.
Did someone call for the best firefighter in town? Hi!
Well done, Captain Evans. You're so much stronger than us.
Especially me, the weak old man.
It's the least I could do for my community.
No luck catching the little devil then?
Unfortunately not. The ferret struck again last night. When Ray opened the post office this morning, he found that every single stamp had been pre-licked.
My God!
Some people have no decency.
Sadly, if we don't catch him before tomorrow, we may have to cancel the village fete.
Don't worry, we won't let that happen. Will we, Vicar?
No, no, no. Laura, tell me, why do they call him the ferret?
Some say it's because of his sneaky nature, but really it's because whenever he strikes, he always leaves behind the foul stench of urine.
Never fear, officer. We'll catch this pissy nuisance and save the village fate. Or my name's not Captain Danger Evans. Danger. The community cohesion team are doing their best, but they simply don't have the smarts to solve this mystery. But I know someone who does. Someone who's about to blow this thing wide open. Me! Blackout! Blackout!
It's the morning of the village fete, thanks to theatrical convention.
I sure hope everything goes to plan. Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
And look, there's the motorcycle display team, setting up for a show that will be far too expensive for live television.
I'm going to set up the coconut shy. What are you doing, Vicar?
First, I'm running the tombola. Then, I'll be selling forgiveness for money.
Aren't you
judging the jams?
I couldn't possibly.
Well, that sounded like Mrs. Craven. Looks like someone sucked all the jam out of her donuts.
That damn ferret has struck again.
Whatever are we to do?
Although I'm very competent, I have no idea how to solve this case.
I guess we'll just have to cancel the fate.
Hold it right there, ferret.
Me? Have you been drinking from the fire extinguishers again?
Not you, the vicar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Admit it. You wanted the village fete cancelled so you could have the day off, didn't you?
I already have to work Sundays. I shouldn't have to work 2 days a week.
But how did you know?
Well, my first clue was the smell.
Yes, I do smell of urine.
Next, I noticed that the vicar's tongue was particularly dry, almost as if he'd been licking thousands and thousands of stamps.
Or perhaps eating Mrs. Craven's baking.
Which brings me on to my third clue. The vicar said that he had no more room for jam.
Almost as if he'd had his fill.
Precisely.
But you managed to figure it all out from that?
Well, I also found this at the scene.
That proves nothing. No!
Get him out of here, officer!
You did it, Captain. You could say you ferreted him out.
Hey, come on. Let's go and have a party in my massive garden. I am doing well.
Thanks to you, we're all doing well.
That was it, the final ever episode of the Notice Board, and what a way to end it. Thank you as always to Jeff, Philippa and Tommy. After the break, we'll be both dancing and learning, so don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
That's the ads. Well done, everybody.
Wow! What a brilliant run, eh? After party at my place, eh?
What advert is this, Alex? I don't remember passing in your broadcast. I think you made a mistake there.
I'm an economist
I've
and
got all
commentator.
kinds of sausage!
You've probably seen me on the
Hey,
news
you.
talking about
Coming
Advance
to the after party?
and how progressive their policies are. Well, I was wrong. And I'm here tonight to say I'm sorry.
One last push, Alex. We're closing in. One of the guests in the last section is working with us. You'll be asked to censor on our behalf. If you do it right,
My mother
the
was a
final
nurse
orders
and
will
my
be given.
father worked in a factory.
We'll get 3 chances.
I was
Get
the
at least
first
2 of them
one
right,
family to
and
go
we're
to
going to win this
university.
thing. It's happening,
I
Alex.
always-
Tonight we take it back.
I always envied my friends who had so much more. Over the years, my jealousy grew. So when Advance came to power, I didn't think about the damage they would do. I acted selfishly. I was glad to see the rich punished. I didn't see how backwards Advance were. I didn't understand that rather than tearing down the wealth creators, we should have been helping everyone else to take a seat at their table. Under Advance, the country is poorer. It is poorer in ambition. It is poorer in aspiration. We are infantilized by Advance's naive policies.
Please, Sarah.
Policies born
Sorry,
from
Mum, I'm really not supposed to say.
absurd,
Hi,
redistributive
I'm Maddie.
fantasies.
Jenny just said to ask if you need a touch-up.
I have whored
She?
myself out to the media to defend
That's
the
my shade, is it?
indefensible.
Yeah. This is
I
my
have
shade.
betrayed my parents. I see that now. Mum, Dad,
You can run back to
I'm
Jenny now.
sorry. Our only hope,
Sorry about that, Sarah. Nothing you
the
can say.
only hope,
At all, like at all. They said no one's died.
now
that's all I can
lies
say.
10
with
seconds.
Disrupt.
What's wrong with you?
She is in tears.
Ugh.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later in this segment, we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking Disrupt attack.
But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash hit musical everyone is talking about. I'll be speaking with the cast in a moment, but first, let's take a look at them in action. Please give a warm National Nightly welcome to the Novaries.
Hello? Doctor? Yes, I see. Thank you for letting me know. I have a decent life. I'm a happy, loving wife. And my job is well paid and fulfilling. I have a husband, John. He's due home soon, won't be long. And I have to tell him something that is absolutely chilling. We share coffee in the morning, and we make love every day. We take time alone together to talk and laugh and play. We prioritize our needs. We do charitable deeds. But the flowers of a happy life are now beset by weeds.
I'm home.
Oh, darling John.
Oh, dearest John.
There's something very wrong. I've just had a conversation with our doctor, David Wong, so please be seated. This news will make you feel defeated. The scans revealed a lump.
¡Ay, qué boludo! Nunca tuve el micrófono prendido. La puta que lo parió. Ah, sí, ¿cómo andas, Blay? ¿Todo bien? Ah, sí, perdón. Es que lo había apagado por una boludez y me había recontrado. Bien. Fingiendo que estoy trabajando en tela. O... ¿conoces Papers, Please?
Changing nappies daily. We're having a baby. No more weekends by the coast. Now your kid is uppermost. It's more than a passing craze to have childless days. We're having a baby. Food and drink thrown everywhere. Trap toys at the top of the stairs. Every parent prays now. We're having a baby. We're having a baby. No more spas and no more. We're having a baby. 18 years of bills and leaves. Time for a whole new phase. We're having a baby. One more thing before the show begins. Have you considered that you might be having twins?
Amazing. The Novaries there, treating us to their opening number from
¿Qué se proseguirá?
Childless
Pa-
Life, which is currently the
Sí, esto es por 10 minutos.
theatre district.
En realidad,
This year. Right then,
then. Come on, you got. Come on down. Let's go. Don't be shy. Hello.
Hi, Megan. It's an honor to
Y ese por sí, dijo, ¿cómo anda?
You fancy the show?
Ah, sí.
As used to be.
Eh,
Well, listen, let's get stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now,
termino este segmento y te explico bien de qué va la cosa.
perform this show every single night.
With matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
Right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributed their ideas, and then some of us went away and did the actual work on the script. But no, it's very much a team effort.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me. I've not introduced any of you. I'll be the one being replaced next. Let's go down the line, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jack.
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Jennifer Boreham Woodley.
Hello, I'm John Sapley. Used to be in the business professionally.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And I'm Janet. I'm the youngest.
That's incredible. And you were all friends previously. I mean, what a coincidence, right? With your names beginning with a J.
Oh my goodness, guys! Our names all begin with J.
How have we never noticed that?
Because you haven't typed them out 1,000 times, maybe?
You knew? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought we all knew. It's bloody obvious, isn't it? I just thought we were doing a funny thing where we never mentioned it.
And I believe as well as being friends, you're also couples, in real life as well as in the show.
Well, not exactly.
No. I'm not married to him. I'm with Janet.
And I'm with John, you lucky bean.
Jim and I are married.
4 fabulous years.
Well, that must make for some confusion in the rehearsal room.
Well, you should have seen the first draft. Jen decided that Jack would play Jim, I would play Jack, Jen Janet, Jill Jen, Janet Jill.
What about John?
Well, my character was originally just called Man 1.
It was allegorical.
It was very confusing.
Not for a professional.
After much toing and froing.
And gnashing and wailing.
And gin and tonic.
We decided that we'd just use our own names, which is less truthful.
We're also less likely to go into the wrong dressing rooms.
Oh, God, yeah, that would be very embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Of course, when I first wrote it, we were only meant to run for a few nights at the Mimbley Village Hall, but when I registered it with the Department for Culture, it caught the eye of someone high up, and before you could say overnight sensation, we were transferring to the Capitulo.
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster, really. I'm only 19. I'm the youngest.
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
Well, yes, we all had to move to the Capitulo.
I love that job.
It's been a very turbulent time.
So peaceful, no singing.
This piece isn't political.
Stand by, Alex. Censor the orange.
About children, and why you shouldn't have them.
In a way, I guess it is political, with a small p. After all, we are a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see
No, me veis demasiado.
on stage throughout, and we target
No, me veis demasiado.
women aged
No.
22, well, about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem.
Terrible problem.
Having children.
You understand, Megan.
You clearly agree.
This isn't about me.
Of course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit, but eagle-eyed couples watch as the little parasites advance on their lives, and there's no time to play the guitar, get through a book, or watch a movie. They're exhausted, passed out on the couch by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
You're very chatty tonight, dear.
Usually I'm the chatty one, because
You're the youngest, we know. It's not a badge of honour, Janet.
Janet, please, Jennifer.
Oh, well said, John.
Thanks, Jack.
Got you back.
So could you just tell us what is the play about? What happens in it?
Well,
Go ahead.
it's a tragedy, obviously. Jennifer, myself, and John have their child, and then the story charts the downfall of their hopes and dreams.
And there's lots of singing.
And dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees her friend's rapid advance.
¡Oh! ¡Una cosa política! ¡Oh! ¡No! ¡No! ¿Qué puede pasar ahí? ¡Oh! Vamos, chicos, a ver cuándo sale este puto chiste.
Which should be all of you. For too long, we've been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete, that children are
Ah, no, right.
a blessing.
Well, I've done the research and they're not. Besides, there's already loads of bastards running around all over the place. So.
Exactly. We just want people to have the option of a happy, child-free life without stigma. You know, when I was 14, before I had come out, I had an experience with a girl called Julia Jacobs. She was an experiment, I guess, you know, a chance to dip my toes into the...
Fascinating. Well, thank you all so much for coming in tonight. I really hope you keep them dancing in the aisles for many performances to come. The Noble is there. And I am pleased to say we can now go back to Patrick Bannon to get the latest from the scene of tonight's horrific events. Patrick, are you okay?
Thank you, Megan. This is Patrick Bannon reporting from the scene of tonight's devastating and symbolic attack tonight this evening. An attack which I myself have found myself caught up in. I'm still a little dazed and a little deaf, Megan. So I hope you'll forgive me if I seem that it's time to speak with the Prime Minister. Mrs. Salisbury, that's you. You're still here. The Prime Minister.
I couldn't leave, not when there were people that needed help. Any team player would have done the same. I don't deserve praise for being human.
Yes, no accolades here. Or Palisades. Or lemonade. Right. So, is the situation... Now, are we safe?
Yes, the security services perform their duties without hesitation, and I would like to assure the public that although there have been some injuries, there were no civilian deaths here this evening.
Oh, that's good news about the Sorry, did you say no deaths?
That's right. No civilian deaths. Just the 4 disrupt terrorists curtailed by law enforcement, who were, as always, so cohesive. If I may, I have a...
Oh, Gonja! Not that way!
On the camera there.
Stay at home tonight. Do not become another casualty of war.
Yeah, fuck off.
Disrupt have had their moment, but as the dear departed Peter Clements once famously said, it ends today.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those strong words of strength. Back to the studio. Megan, now in the studio with Megan Wolf now.
Patrick Bannon there, bravely reporting from the front line of tonight's horrifying bombing. Maybe you need to get checked out, Patrick. Well, that brings us to the end of tonight's night news, but before we go, one final...
No, pillaron demasiado, vas un second.
Throughout the programme tonight, we've been receiving reports of disrupt activities throughout the territories. Through a series of coordinated attacks, these terrorists are attempting to undermine Advance's vital work. However, sources at team headquarters have told us that this placid revolution was not only predicted, but allowed to happen. Our government have lured Disrupt out from the shadows, and they are not the overwhelming force they would have you believe. The military have been actioned, and, well, it's pretty scary out there tonight, so stay at home and stay with Channel 1, because the team has assured this programme that the turbulence will soon be over, and we can once again focus our minds on building the new future with equality, fairness, and businesses for all. My name is Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
Damn it, Alex. Tonight is the beginning of the fall of Advance.
Vamos!
It's jet 11 o'clock. Target's been served. Mission to detonate. Permission granted, old friend. We are going to detonate. Look out of your window, Alex. See what you helped make happen.
No, 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 no. La cosa no, la cosa no. Bueno, todos se fueron mierda otra vez. Qué novedad. Bueno. Ahora sí. ¿De qué trata este juego? Bueno. Papers, Please. Pero manejando un canal de televisión. Y... sí. Es así como se resume. Esta es la parte seria. Vos venías ayer, bueno, menos hasta la última transmisión antes de que cortara, y era más graciosa. Sí. Pepper, please. Sí. A grandes rasgos, sí. Sacando el tema de que no tenés la necesidad de mantener gente viva, o sea, pagando y demás, pero es más un juego familiar que otra cosa. Y bueno, decisiones y demás. El tema es... si algo de esto te parece conocido, Blythe, no es una coincidencia. Y ya viste cómo es. Bien. Igualmente, esta es la parte graciosa. ¿En qué parte está de Persona 4? ¡Ah! ¿Ya estás en el final? Deuda manejable. Te puedes permitir café. Ok. Ah, ya estás en el 22 de diciembre. Ya lo terminaste. Mierda, hijo de puta, sos rápido. Me costó mucho tiempo. Bueno, también yo lo hacía en directo, así que... boludo, ¿ya te lo estás envinando? ¡Mierda! Ah. Y... ah, ok. Atención del puto asesino. Y calzaba. Decime algo nomás, Blythe. ¿Te comiste el final falso? ¿Te comiste el final falso? Te voy a bajar el volumen porque estoy gritando. No puedo bajar, estoy en fuerte. ¿Te comiste el final falso? De partida. ¡Bien! ¿En qué parte? Porque hay dos chequeos. Hay dos chequeos. Uno es puto. El primer chequeo es puto. Sí, yo lo voy a decir así nomás. El primer chequeo es puto. Porque hay una sola respuesta correcta. Si le erras... ah, ¿cómo es eso, papu? De vuelta al punto de contar. O comete el final, es lo mismo. La segunda es más permisiva, pero... La primera del hospital es una poronga. Terminar el juego y te digo. Termina el juego y te digo. O experimentarlo. O bueno, YouTube está ahí al lado. Bueno. ¿Qué maximizaste hasta ahora? No me digas todos porque no te creo. No se puede maximizar todos los enlaces en la primera vuelta. Ok. Quiero ver... Verlo. Bueno, solo acordate. Tenés un solo intento. Tienes un solo tiro. No la cagues y armate bien. Sí, porque si haces después del 22 pasan cosas. Te dijimos que aguantes hasta el 22. Lo que no te dijimos es que a esta altura, en parte, ya tenés que estar con todo cargado. Espero que tengas alermita nomás. Espero por el amor de Dios que tengas las suficientes verduras y alermita lo más cargado posible. Lo vas a necesitar. Bueno, guita no importa. So?
Jesus, so what?
How's he doing?
How should I know?
What, you haven't heard from him?
He's a wanted criminal, Colin.
So's my nan, but she... Yep.
All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangly Parts. On tonight's National Nightly News.
And titles, 30 please.
You know, I was so pissed off with Colin yesterday, and I couldn't remember why. And I racked my brain, and it was a dream.
That'll be all, thanks.
He had the body of a goat and the face of my mother. I'll tell you all about it later, yeah?
Yeah. Jenny, I want her out of here by the end of the titles, and I want a new one by the break.
Mariah?
Yeah, she's just complacent, and worse, she's a dream person.
Right away, baby.
Look, I'm not being funny, right, am I? But you wouldn't see Megan Wolf down here, would you? No, not anymore. I tell you, look at them over there. I had to battle through 10 of those bastards on the way in. They wouldn't let me come in.
Hijo de puta, ¿cómo lo maximizaste?
I'll tell you, it's lucky I've been...
Estuviste usando una guía. Estuviste usando una puta guía. No te culpo. Pero estuviste usando una puta guía. No te culpo. Porque el último enlace de zorro yo no sabía cómo hacerlo. Me fijé y es una mierda. Y sé que es una mierda porque lo cambiaron para Golden y lo hicieron más complicado. Al pedo, pero lo hicieron complicado al pedo. Yo no puedo maximizar el del zorro, yo lo tuve en 9. Porque el último fue una poronga. Y vos sabés por qué, Blind. Yo no llegué. El tío sigue bardo. Bien, que ya lo que ver. Sí, pero lo cambiaron. Pero lo cambiaron. En el original, en Persona 4 original, esto te lo puede decir León. Vos lo que tenías que hacer era... Cazabas el pescado legendario de Río. Ya está, nivel 10, te olvidas. ¿En Golden? ¡No! En Golden, lo que tenés que hacer es más puto. Tenés que haber usado la moto varias veces. Para conseguir la entrada del océano. Después tenés que pescar hacer la primera parte, lo que haces en el nivel 10. Después te va a dar la caña y recién ahí puedes hacer un puto save scam para pescar el guardián del océano. Y recién ahí vas a poder tener tu nivel 10. ¿Por qué carajo lo hicieron complicado? No lo sé. La moto yo la desbloqueé todo, pero sacando quizás el viaje al centro, lo sé dónde fue el pedo. Hiciste bien. Igualmente Persona 4 tiene la ventaja de que podés maximizar los stats muy rápido. Si sabes cómo hacer las cosas. Igualmente, el más jodido de todos es el coso. Es el entendimiento. Porque después expresión lo subís con drama, no hay problema. Diligencia, haces sobres y había trabajo que te lo daban. Conocimiento. ¿Hace falta que diga lo que tienen que hacer para conocimiento? Eso ya hace falta. Agallas. Hay trabajo para eso. Es más, para conseguir diligencia de una forma mucho más eficiente. Y quizás uno de los enlaces que más me gustó. Ese juego del doble sentido. Y al final me gustó. Y me falta uno. Eran entendimiento, agallas, o pelotas como yo le decía. Conocimiento, entendimiento, conocimiento, diligencia. Ahora me acordé que diligencia también lo puedes subir con el jardín. Agallas, me falta uno. Que no era difícil de subir. No fue uno de los primeros que maximicé, pero sí fue cosa. Era uno que podía subir con libros. Le falta uno. Sí, a ver, coraje yo lo subí. Expresión. No, sí, tenés razón, entendimiento es el puto. Gracias a Dios este bajo sube bajo, pero... Ah, sí, ¿quién fue tu enlace del sol? Ahora están las dudas. Ay. Sí, mientras tanto. ¿A quién elegiste de sol? Hacen el club de música. Oh.
Secure Songbird. Mom, we have to get you to safety. Come with us.
I'm not leaving. I can't.
Right.
You two, come with me. Don't panic. Help us here. We're gonna help you. We need a minute.
¿Entendimiento?
Stop resisting and we'll let you up.
You two, stay with him.
Mom, we have to stay by your side.
I am the Prime Minister, and if I give you an order, you
Shut the camera off.
follow it. Do you understand?
We have the right
Do
to be
you
here.
understand?
I said turn the fucking camera off. Keep your eyes open. Who the fuck are you?
Stay with me. Help us.
Medics are coming. Sit down.
I can't hear you. I'm from National Light. Stay with me. I need help.
Consider this payback.
Stay with me.
Salisbury's still here.
We're going to request authorization.
Julius Goldsmith!
Centipedes are requested.
You are guilty of the murder of more than 10 million people. Justice
Target
demands a response.
Haven't you done enough? Look around you. This is what your precious freedom looks like, is it? Open fire!
Rise up! Take to the streets, the time has come! Stop violence! Break windows! Draw them out! They can't stop us all! Resist!
Lower your weapons! Location secure. I said, lower your weapons now! Centipedes authorization was granted. Now.
Will you guys come on?
Only
turn that off, please, sir?
Shut that off.
I said,
Please
turn that off.
Shocking scenes from the Capitol there, exclusively on the national viewers who might have found this evening's events upsetting. But at the National Nightly News, we believe in bringing you the raw, unedited truth as it happens. And we make no apology for that. We'll update you on the latest from this disrupt attack later in the programme, but when we come back, it's time for happier pursuits, and you know what that means by now. Don't go away. We'll be back after this. Does anyone know if everyone's safe? Are the crew okay?
All fine. The bomb was a good distance from the unit base.
Oh my God. This is becoming a weekly event.
No, it's different tonight. This is the big one.
Great. So there's a revolution happening outside and we're off to dangly fucking parts.
That's journalism, apparently. Can we get set for the next sequence?
Acceso. No hagas la de Yumi si no tenés ganas de llorar. Eso, la de Yumi me mató. Y sí, podés ver todo lo que pasó en el medio, es más, es la idea.
Please, Sarah, anything.
Sorry, Mum, I'm really not supposed to say.
Are we safe?
Hi, I'm Maddie. Johnny just said to ask if you need a touch-up.
Did she? That's my shade, is it?
Yeah.
This is my shade? You can run back to Jenny now. Sorry about that, Sarah. Nothing you can tell me. At all, like at all.
They said no one's died, that's all I can say.
10 seconds.
Quiero ver. Ay, me cagó.
And there's lots of singing.
And dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees her friends rapid.
Performances to come. The Novary's there.
Are we live? You have to cue me. I can't hear properly. This thing's useless. Are we live? What's happening? No, I can't hear. That's no better actually. Was that a te? It looked like a te. Fight now. Okay. On your go to go.
It's Patrick. Are you okay? Patrick Bannon.
That went well. I thought that went quite well.
I think we need to get you to hospital, darling.
Yeah.
Can you get this reported to a hospital, please?
Can you stop taking photographs, please, madam?
Throughout the programme tonight, we've been receiving reports of disrupt activities throughout the territories. Through a series of with equality, fairness and resources. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
God, I think I threw up a bit in my mouth just then.
Surprised that there's any room in there with all the lies.
Excuse me, miss. Can you come with me, please?
What? Jim?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Jill, what have you done now?
Sorry, sir, can you please stay in your seat?
That's my wife.
We'll be back in a minute. Just need to have a conversation first.
We're going to need an understudy.
Right, I'll call Jackie. If she's not free, we'll use Jessica, Judith, Justine or Gemma.
Oh, Jenny can sing.
Oh, Megan can piss off.
Yeah, Megan thinks about doing that a lot these days.
tanto el país se prende fuego. Una reseña importante. Llegas al trabajo temprano, a pesar de una jornada. Todavía estás seguro de todo lo que pasó, aunque si la oleada de CC2 en todo el edificio salió, este ya no es un tema del canal oficial. Está confirmado cuando estás informado que tenés que hablar con Bosman inmediatamente y se ha cortado su rutina. Te sentís nerviosamente fuera esperando por tu jefe. Un par de minutos después, el jefe llega con una mirada. Se va al lado. Ah, sí, Winston. Bien, este es el especialista Abel. Se va a estar observando esta entrevista. Por favor, entre y siéntese. Sigas. A pesar que estuviste acá antes, era inmaculado con todo su lugar. No hoy. Debe ser serio para que Boosman esté. Así que, Alex. ¿Sabes por qué estás acá? Los ojos son. Su mirada está fija. A ver si está enfrente tuyo. Pero no desmonté. Asumo que tiene que ver con lo de la otra noche. Lo que pasó esta noche no fue nada de la combinación de una campaña de terror que The Hub estuvo haciendo en esta sus territorios. Man, mira vos, donde te sucede. Y eso es, precisamente, nuestro deber de sacar la raíz de este tema. Encontremos para prevenir que cualquier cosa como la última noche pase otra vez. Nos pedimos que Advance haga entrevistas con todos los miembros del personal involucrado y estamos haciendo una reseña personal de tu rendimiento, tanto del incidente en cuestión como de tu tiempo acá. No se puede terminar bien. No te preocupes, va a estar bien. Obviamente, mucho pasó la otra noche y tengo un número de entrevistas que hacer hoy, así que quisiera que nada de esto sea más largo de lo necesario. Por favor, sé breve, conciso y claro con tus respuestas. Empecemos al principio. Después de la memoria parecías un poco... O sea, parecías porque haber puesto a los terroristas en una luz simpatética. ¿Por qué? Mostré lo que estaba pasando. Las noticias. Es nuestro trabajo, ¿no? Sí, claro, y con todo el flujo no sabías qué podía pasar después. Estoy seguro de que hiciste lo mejor que pudiste, Alex. Siempre lo haces. Eso es para mantener el canal secreto. Sí, aparte con eso, si alguien más se entra, no se los come. Perdón, Blythe. Mi más sincera disculpa. Aparte, si salen 2 tandas, puedo patear los 5 minutos más. Perdón. Notas. Bastante TikTok. Esperemos que todo esto termine pronto. Había una cosa que notamos al final del notice board. Parecía que tuviste una rara elección de efectos de sonido al principio. Ahora, el escritor. Ahora, el guion esperaba risas, pero para ti pensaste para tocar blues. ¿Por qué hiciste eso? Pensé que eran las opciones más apropiadas. El arte es subjetivo después de todo. Bueno, claro, obviamente queremos que nuestros shows acá en Canal 1 sean lo más exitosos posibles y permitimos al personal un grado significativo de autonomía. Te aseguro que nadie quiere culparte por tener siempre un sencillo, distinto gusto. Pues veo que vos maestro. Yo claramente no convenció por sus palabras. Si te gusta más de lo que vos crees, ¿cuánta gente va a estar entrevistando? A este punto Bosman saca un par de anteojos y los pone dedicadamente al fin de su análisis. Entonces el hombre... Ahora, obviamente esperábamos la interferencia acá. Pero... Sin embargo... La interferencia no es lo mismo que una propaganda terrorista. ¿Puedes explicarnos por qué tanto de su mensaje fue encontrado en nuestras ondas? Con todo lo que estaba pasando, no me di cuenta hasta que fue demasiado tarde. Ojo, notas que la especialista Aves está muy atenta esperando una respuesta de tu jefe. Bueno, es ciertamente que los accidentes pueden pasar y con muchos estrés de las transmisiones de la última noche, no creo que nadie puede culparte con una pequeña caída de la tensión. Puedes sonreír a Aves para... Ya, eso es que sabe. Piensa mientras vos más ¡la cinta! De esa pobre señora Beckman. ¿Para qué lo que hiciste? Ayúdame a entender. ¿Por qué esa cinta? Mientras miraba, te sorprendió ver una molestia honesta en su... No, honesta en su... Parecían noticias. ¿No es lo que hacemos? ¿Mostrar las noticias? Bueno, al final del día vos elegís cómo hacerlo, Alex. No sé si hubiese hecho lo mismo en tus zapatos. Pero es claro que... vos pensaste que era la forma correcta de hacerlo. Es todo lo que podemos pedir de vos. La levanta, como delante con la sonrisa. Creo que es todo con vos. Por ahora. Ay, adiós. Creo que esta es la información que necesitamos. Gracias. ¿Podríamos tener el cuadro, por favor? Esto va al CCO. El CCO, quien sale, puede tratar ya. Escúchame, Alex. No sé qué tanto estuviste involucrado la última noche y francamente no quiero. Pero, honestamente, no se ve bueno. Hice todo lo que pude porque me agradás, pero no puedo prometer que sea suficiente. Anda a casa ahora. No voy a ver que trabajo con vos hasta que haya una nueva torre satelital. Me abandonás. Veo que casi no tienen simpatía con la vuelta a la normalidad. ¡Gracias, bomba! ¡No sos tan hijo de puta! Y de esa gala me salvó el culo. ¡Wow! Ya van 3 años. Un banquete para algunos. Es tu aniversario. Y tenés un plan. Una semana libre puede ser lo que pidió el doctor para vos y Sam. Pero no va a ser barato. Es más de lo que yo gastaría, pero Sam lo vale. Obvio. La última vez que fueron afuera fueron una hermosa semana juntos. Y esto va a ser mejor. La mejor forma de empezarlo es mandarte todo y hacer una buena comida al principio. ¡Lindo! Sam lo va a amar. Tendrían que estar acá en algún momento. Tuviste tiempo para limpiar completamente la casa del piso al techo. Llevó horas. Pero Sam lo va a apreciar. Y es todo lo que importa. Escuchás que las llaves sean y pones los últimos toques en su lugar. Mientras Sam hace acá, vos estás esperando en la puerta de la cocina. Vestido completamente y sin ser posible. ¿Alex? ¿Qué es todo esto? ¡Ay, por Dios! ¡Limpiaste! ¡Ay, qué es ese olor! Le da un beso rápido mientras pasa a la cocina. Y mientras la banda está puesta, las velas prendidas, con Charlie estando en la... Ya, olvídense. ¡Ay, por Dios! ¡Alex! ¡Feliz aniversario, Sam! ¡Feliz aniversario! Charlie grita, como se hace la voz, moviendo con los ojos en su mano. ¡Ah, Charlie! ¿Charlie? ¿Charlie no estaba muerto? Tuvimos un funeral. Tú cuando recibís una tosida... No sé, eso dice Charlie. Mi banda está teniendo su primera gira este fin de semana. ¿Qué dijiste? Levanta la mochila de él y se va a la puerta. ¡Tengo una buena noche! No hagan algo que yo no haría. Voy a estar en la casa de un amigo esta noche y mañana. Y yo voy mañana, así que no me esperen. Sus y ambos se ríen. Sacas la silla esa. ¡Ay, gracias! Ya. Así que Charlie estuvo ocupado. Que esa le estamos haciendo del otro lado. Mañana. Por ahora. ¿Cuánto que en todo esto, Alex? Ya sé. Yo quería. Te amo, Sam. También te amo. Ahora, ¿por dónde arranco? Dice de reír mientras tiras la primera de la copa de champán de la noche. Tienes mucha suerte de tener una familia maravillosa. ¿Quién podría pedir por más? Pero Charlie estaba muerto. Oh. Día 764. Un trabajo. Todo está listo. Vos y Sam están tratando de ver Bulletman por años. Pero se perdió en los cines y nunca parecía estar en stock cuando querían ir a levantarlos en VHS. Ahora están esperando a ellos para que vengan a casa y cierren casa. Escuchas la puerta delante mientras sacas un bowl de pauchoclos en la mesa. ¡Estamos todos listos! ¡Traigan el culo! Sam viene con mirando tanto la película como los snacks. Te tienen que golpear para romper tu pot. Sam, ¿pasa algo? Me echaron del trabajo. Aparentemente no hay necesidad para dos más jardineras de suficientes pibes. Ya pueden justificar el gasto. Ay, cielo, perdón, va a estar bien. Te voy a encontrar otro lugar. No, no lo entendés. No hay demanda para maestras de jóvenes. No solo acá, en todos lados. No sé cómo hacer. ¿Qué vamos a hacer? Estas son. Las cosas están duras. Voy a pensar en algo. ¿Cómo, Alex? Apenas estamos saliendo. ¿Y ahora? Tenemos que vender la casa. No puedo ver otra opción. Tenemos muchas deudas que pagar. Si es lo que hay que hacer, está bien. Somos nosotros dos ahora viviendo de cualquier forma. Supongo que está bien. Sí, la idea de perder este lugar. Pensar de todo lo que pasó acá, Alex. Casi, pensando. Eventualmente empezar la película, pero ninguno de los corazones está ahí. Están muy ocupados pensando en el futuro. Bueno, sí, la casa no es todo. A la gente lo que hace en una cama, la casa. Y los lugares donde está el corazón después de todo. Puta madre. La esterilidad. Ugh. 3 años desde el levantamiento.
Hello, Alex. I've checked the schedule for tonight. Nothing major to report. Certainly isn't anything you can't handle. Still, at least my daughter's in for Advance's new initiative. That should liven things up a bit here. Keep up the good work.
After the birth of their unexpectedly large family. At 9:15, it's What Music is Best, a rundown of the top-selling songs across the territories. Expect catchy tunes and scenes of an inappropriately sexual nature, not one to miss.
Ay, Dios.
At 10 p.m., it's time for Julia's Diary, where the ever-popular Prime Minister reads extracts from her diary in front of a warm fire. Then, at 10:30, it's the latest episode of our drama series, Betterment, which tells the inspirational story of Emily Dennisworth and the brave doctors and technicians struggling
And
to
this
help
is
her
Jenny.
shed her
She's
old
the floor
habits
manager.
and
Hi,
adjust to the new future. Strong language and
That's
themes of
Colin.
selfishness there,
He,
so not one for the
Ah,
kids.
mierda.
Incisors is at 11:15, and Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey will be looking back
Alright,
on
come and sit next to
Liberation
Mum.
Day by talking to
Leaving
several
what?
eyewitnesses.
Atta girl.
10 seconds, everybody. What, all of it?
Monday's a myth.
That explains so much. Okay, we are going in 5, 4,
Dos.
3.
Uno.
Good evening and welcome to the NNN. I'm Megan Wolfe. And who's this, you might be wondering? Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight by my foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey.
Go fuck yourself.
All right then, here are the stories that matter to you. First up, with Advance confirming that the nuclear fallout from the 20-week war is to blame for the drop in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going. I know that I, for one, was quite deflated when I heard about this, but
Muy azul.
has really put the smile back on my face. This is from Drew in Humberset. To take our minds off things, me and my partner have been building this house for our hamster. It really does distract us from thinking about the 85% sterility rate.
Holy shit!
We're building Nibbles a tiny conservatory, a loft conversion, and a holiday home. Thank you for that. And if you've started a new hobby, do write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know how we love your uncanny comestible coincidences, and I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit. I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by, Stacey. The things our viewers spot, or the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Catherine from Berkeldown sent us this, saying, I couldn't help but spot the face of poor departed Peter Clement in my 4th lager this morning. Oh, I'm not sure if I see it, Catherine, but then again, I'm only on my 3rd. Do keep those coming in. Come on, have a go. We've just got time for one more of your stories, and this one is an inspiring story of rehabilitation. That's it, just tell us who it's from, yeah, and then read it out, okay?
Apparently, this is from Sherry Intendant. Here I am, just 6 months out of betterment. I'm healthy, sober and working thanks to the facilities I had access to on the inside. I'll never have to go back to my old life.
Bettermente, cuando un nombre así me gusta.
Charity shops. I just wanted to share.
We absolutely love hearing the way our neighbours and team members have been able to become better people. So do let us know your stories here. You can do this bit, Stacey.
No, you're right, thanks.
Come on, give it a try.
Let us know your stories here at the NNN.
Oh.
Bit of a change of pace coming up here. You'll need to use the S effect buttons for the next segment, but Advance have already selected when and what to use. Simple stuff. Just follow your government orders.
First up tonight on the NNN, it's time to celebrate this week's team lottery winners live from the Shakespeare Theatre right here in the Capitol. We're going to hand over to Julia Salisbury. I suppose you don't think much of her either, eh, Stacey?
She's got a lot more going for her than you wankers.
Okay, surprising vote of approval there from Stacey. Let's go live to that right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this week's Team Awards.
Está muy metida esta mina.
I have as team leader, this is by far the most pleasant. As I said, the past is now, following the demise of Disrupt, firmly behind us.
Whoops.
This is the new future, and I say to you, it's better now. I am delighted to be joined here tonight by one of the oldest people in Territory 1. He was born over 107 years ago. Please give a warm team welcome to Alfie Touchbadger. So, Alfie, you must have seen so much in your lifetime. What have been some of the highlights? Alfie? Is he all right?
His hearing aid isn't turned on.
Oh, could you turn it on?
He says it drains the battery.
Well, will you tell him that we'll buy him a brand new battery after the presentation?
Ay, Dios.
Yeah, he says that's fine then. And I will help him with that, yeah.
If you would. Sorry, can't get the staff.
We got it.
So, Alfie.
What?
You're 107 years old.
Oh, don't bloody remind me.
Would you like to tell the audience what that's like?
Oh, where is everybody?
Out there, in the dark. Oh, bless him, it's not just the ears.
Who are you? 2 sugars, please.
I'm Julia Salisbury, the Prime Minister.
I like this story. Who are you really?
No, I really am the Prime Minister.
Oh, you're a
woman?
Yes, a woman. One of
Women
them.
can do anything men can do these days, Alfie.
Oh, can you piss standing up?
I can't say I've ever tried.
No, I didn't think so. 2 sugars, please, and not too much milk.
Shall we get to the awards, Alfie?
Oh, aren't you going to ask me about my life?
Well, I'm not sure we have enough time left now for that, so...
When I was 9, I wanted a pet, so I asked me mum and pap. There was...
Oh, Dios!
Back then, you know, we made our own entertainment out of coal and roadkill.
Well, that's fascinating.
So they got me a pet, see? But it weren't a dog. They told me it were a dog, but it were a stone.
A stone?
Yes. So I called it Patch, which were a popular name for a dog back then on account of the king having a patchy face. And I decided to introduce him to pretty little Gertie Thimble, who lived up the road.
Oh, how romantic.
She threw my dog in the river. That was the day I decided I'd never marry.
And that's the secret to your long life?
Oh no, I've been married 7 times. Divorced 8. There was a mix-up with number 3, see? Yes, I'm just lucky.
¿Por qué carajo Megan está vestida como...
First, let's turn to the reason we're all here. The weekly Territory 1 Team Awards.
como una enfermera?
Is a lady who really knows how to put in the extra hours. She works at a transition centre in Hamble-Bamblebury, and she has single-handedly allowed more families to unburden each other than any other nurse in Territory 1. In the uneven path, she'd have been locked up. Tonight, she is being honoured as a team player. Please welcome Daphne Snister.
Are you here to change me?
Just give her a medal, Alfie. There's a good boy.
Got you. I mean, 2 sugars, please. And don't let it steep too long.
I think you're supposed to give me one of those.
Oh. Well,
There he goes. Look.
I can't get the arms up any higher than that. You'll have to go down now.
Thank God those fractious times are behind us, and now the territories are thriving.
Are we in? As the actor said to the bishop.
Yes, thank you. I've got it from here.
La cara.
Well done. Daphne Snister, everybody. Now, open your envelope and find out what you've won. Don't hold back there. She's tougher than one of Peter's homemade Eccles cakes.
Got it. I've won a holiday for 2 in Territory 15. Used to be called San Palmerino, didn't it?
I believe it did, yes.
Why couldn't we have stuck with that then? It's easier to remember.
We're all one nation now.
Hang on a minute. Isn't it still on fire?
Daphne Snister, everyone.
Oh, what about my James. I've been in these white pants for 3 days now.
We'll get to that, Alfie.
Oh, right you are, love.
Next up tonight is a couple from Farnley who, after a rocky start losing their family's ill-gotten gains to the Assets and Wealth Act, have really embraced the new future, setting up a community farm and petting zoo in their local area for all the local children to play. Please welcome Otho and Lobelia Jackson Randiganis. Medals, Alfie.
You know, when I was in the trenches, I had a pal called Scotty Wilson. He was from way up north, so I didn't understand a bloody word he said. But he were my best mate.
Should we describe them for ourselves?
Probably for the best.
And his best mate was Smudger Ace. There was them two. Fiddly Eric, Unstable Terry, and of course, Leggy Sydney. She were a girl. But she had a boy's name, so they shipped her to the front anyway. First girl any of us has ever seen close up. She's dead now. They all are. Smudger and Scotty never made it home. Fiddly got shanked in Frankfurt prison in an argument over an olive. And Terry, he exploded quietly at home. Sydney got a fatal skin condition. Scratched herself to death. It makes you think.
Thanks, Alfie. Great contribution. So, Otho and Lobelia, a petting zoo.
After we lost all our wealth, we discovered there were actually people who had never even owned a pony.
I used to have 3.
So we decided to do something about it. That's the type of people we are, you see. Advantage of a private education, probably.
Well, I'm sure we can debate that all night, but there's no time. So, let's see what you've won.
Yes, but before we do, there's something I wanted to say to you.
Oh, absolutely. Every citizen of the new future has my ear.
When advance came to power, you took all of our wealth. You took the shirts off of our backs.
Quite literally, in my case, I used to collect shirts.
Well, you might as well have the rest of it, too.
Oh, security!
Oh God, not again. If I said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Pennies and the news are not good bedfellows. Keep those flappy bits off my channel, Alex.
And better. And you are? Oh, no.
Got to go.
Oh.
It isn't right and it isn't fair.
You tell him, girl. That's my wife, you know. No, you don't.
You can't mix pearls with swine. It isn't right. We used to have 3 horses, then turned to Bethel and Hungwell. And now what have we got? 2 mangy goats, 1 mongrel dog called Kenneth, and a rooster that won't bloody shut up!
Can we get this over quickly with, please?
As the actress said to the bishop. Oh, here we go again.
Oh.
Hello, Alfie Tadge-Badger. Pleased to meet you.
Stop them!
Oh, don't worry, love. I'll protect you. Oh, 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 oh.
Oh.
What he knows.
You know, this reminds me of when I was in my 20s and we go to the promenade at Shining-on-Sea and watch all the pretty girls on the beach. Everything was black and white then, of course. We'd visit the Penny Arcade and try to win a block of lard to take home for the family. You couldn't buy lard in those days. You had to win it. Oh, it was so much simpler back then. Boys were boys,
Whoops.
girls were girls. Everyone else was recruited by the circuses. There were loads of them, you see, circuses, with their big tents and their candy floss. You'd hear the music, the pipe organ, drifting over the nearby fields. My mum used to call it the most magical sound in the world. This was before she lost her hearing after giving a particularly loud round of applause. Did you ever go to the circus?
What's that, Alfie?
The circus. Oh, never mind. Yeah, just a tea, pet.
Well, that was an unexpected dose of naked nostalgia. Some people simply can't let go of the past. That's why I look in joy and fervent admiration at the younger generation. So cohesive, such a team. And with fertility falling throughout the territories, we should value our fabulous new generation now more than ever. Our final winner tonight is a go-getter who really went and got 'em, helping to root out more than 170 disrupt collaborators in his own neighbourhood. Since then, he's gone on to be a senior cohesion cadet leader and organised all of the entertainment at last year's camp cooperation. Our final winner tonight, Edwin Neverlay.
Oh, congratulations.
You should be in a transition centre, you old monk. Prime Minister. It's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you. We're very similar, in my opinion.
Well, I've never been much of a role model.
Nonsense. Prime Minister, you have saved this country. You have fought enemies, foreign and domestic, with an iron fist. As with my own tiny fists have I.
Well, let's open the envelope and find out what you've won. Maybe it'll be a fist enlargement.
A year's internship as a behaviour coach at Betterment. Let's show the fools where they went wrong, eh?
Well, actually, Betterment is about rehabilitation, Edwin.
Absolutely. And if they don't reintegrate, we retaliate. Just like you did on Liberation Night. Thank you for this award. And stay vigilant. Report the non-cohesives. Be a team player.
When hopefully things will be a lot
Ya por Nickelodeon. Hay un 85% de infertilidad. Perdón, le puse pausa cuando no debería. Hay un 85% de infertilidad. Acaban de matar a una mujer. Y hay una guerra civil hace 3 años.
The nurse was fucking scary. The pretties were saying, and that little prick will never lose his virginity.
Succinctly put there, if a little profane. After the break,
Ni siquiera podemos decir que fue por Nickelodeon.
Premiere, you won't believe who's on the red carpet tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Oh, Alex, one other. What's that? You're off already? I know you had to take the day off work for Junior, but. Oh, I see. No luck still with the. I'm so sorry, darling. Of course. I'll speak to you later. Oh, Alex. Completely forgot what I was going to say. Blast it all. Still, I'm lucky to have her.
Like everything's spiraling out of control into some kind of tragic comic disaster.
Yeah, that. It's just like having him back in the chair.
Do you reckon he's watching us somewhere? Laughing. I think he is.
Jeremy, are you watching us?
Are you receiving us?
¡Ay, ok, cosa!
Oh, right. So she can swear.
Bueno, se intenta. ¿Cómo anda, León? ¿Todo bien?
Hippity Bob. So much better. So much better. You gotta go to Betterment. So much better. So.
¡Toqué bien, ¿no? Ok. ¿Qué es eso, sonidos? Sí. Soy pobre igual.
Songs of the new future.
There she is, and just in time too. That's 10 seconds, everybody. What have you been up to?
What's it to you?
And we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Ah, sí, y el juego tiene un conflicto de historias porque mataron a Charlie. Y aparentemente está de vivo otra vez. Mataron a mis 2 hijos.
Tonight is the world premiere of The Automated, starring Lawrence Blunderclatch and the late great Helena Canterbury Boatshoe. And all the stars are out tonight.
We first covered this film almost 5 years ago, back when it was called The Medicated.
No lo sé, yo voy a decir
For
un...
reasons, the film was suddenly pulled the night before its release. Well, since then, executive producer George Fogarty
No sé,
spent
me preguntas a mí como si yo
long
supiera.
years polishing the film and turning it into a special edition and premiering tonight. With extensive state-of-the-art visual effects and a top-quality voice team, George says it's the movie he always wanted to make. Now, let's take a look at it.
Sí.
I can't deconstruct it. I can't deconstruct it. Robots.
¿Otra vez esta película?
Is this a wig?
You think I don't grow that?
¡Es la misma película!
Think of Saturn.
There's something on your face, Chief Harrison.
The fuck?
I wish you were real, baby. Flesh and blood.
Captain Quasar.
But you're just ones and zeros, baby. If only I'd noticed.
Captain Quasar.
You rusted, but I didn't notice.
Captain.
I'm buffering, chick, you said.
Got one on you.
God damn it, blast it off!
Here's a map.
What's a map? Okay, so head north on Interstellar Avenue, left at the asteroid belt, and a tricky three-point turn at Uranus. What are these symbols? This corner, this is the key.
We could shut it down.
Yes, we could shut it down! But we have to ask ourselves, who are we?
Gosh, thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey?
The robots were alright, I guess.
They certainly were. Let's go over to Robin Short now in Western Square, who I believe has got the star of the show. Robin.
Well, Megan, I'm joined by not one, but both of the stars, Lawrence Blunderclatch and Helena Canterbury-Bochu. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. It's thanks to shows like yours that Eleanor and I are even here. Don't you agree?
Well, I couldn't.
Absolutely right, darling.
And you two have both become absolutely huge in the past couple of years, haven't you?
Even huger, yes, that's right. I feel very lucky, very, very lucky to be born, well, you know. And Helena is in massive demand too at the moment. She's still the face of a major cosmetics brand, and she's booked to do a one-woman
Well,
Dale.
it sounds like you're both very busy. But is there any chance we'll get to see you together on screen again?
No, I'm really not supposed to mention this, but yes, we are doing a little something together.
No.
I'm playing a weathered starship captain from another galaxy, and Helena is my droid companion.
But how does that work?
I spend 7 hours in makeup now.
No, how does Helena play a droid?
Oh, we just pop her on a roller skate.
Wow! Well, Lawrence Blunderclatch and Helena Canterbury-Bochu, thank you so much for joining me. And we're going over to Patrick Bannon now. Patrick, will we be seeing you in a movie anytime soon?
Thank you, Robin. Let's hope not. I'm actually joined here by...
Billy Bob Jean Short. And surely you recognize my youngest, pop sensation, Lil D. Her Lil C covers album drops next week.
Actually, we weren't expecting Lil C. Is she...
She's around. She's not been feeling very well. She's put me in charge.
Has she?
Well, the courts have. They gave me stewardship over her estate, her finances, and her internal soul. Praise Craglar!
Praise Craglar. Wow. But is she coming just because we've got some questions for her?
Well, she might be along later, but as our legal and spiritual guardian, I'll be happy to answer all any questions on her behalf.
And Lil D, was it? Well, you look
great. Oh, thank you. You know what? I feel great.
Well, who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Little C, and you could be too.
Really?
Little C's new line launches tonight. This is one of my favourite looks. It's called...
Oh, what a unique name!
Hard to spell, though.
But of course, Lil C is basically fashion royalty now, with a veritable clothing empire to her name.
Yeah, well, the label's gone from strength to strength since our initial TV launch on this very show, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So really, we have all you to thank for all this. You know, this hat cost more than my second jet. Feel that? Feel that?
Yes, it's a nice hat.
Person.
And Forbes magazine has named me the youngest self-made success story ever.
And do you have any advice for anyone wanting to follow in your footsteps?
Absolutely. All you need to succeed on your own is your family's financial backing and pre-existing fame. It's not rocket science, people.
Oh, well, but in sadder news, am I right that Lil C is going to be retiring from music?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm sure you can imagine. At 25, she's far too old for pop music now. She can't keep up with these young stars. So, her best-of album is out now, and she's touring that later this year. And then, her farewell tour the year after that. And that's her last chance to see.
Excellencia, la concha de tu madre.
The reunion tour, and then the classic tour after that. But it's been a long and varied career, as you can imagine. She's very, very proud of herself.
Oh, and
Vale.
if it's bad, then maybe it's for the best.
What's wrong with her health?
¡Ay, 10 minutos! Hola, Dito, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenido a Telam.
Surprisingly expensive treatments. Curse you, Zaytan! Damn your intergalactic justice!
Oh, yeah. Well, we better be letting you get back.
Ay, gracias.
Babies aren't going to sell themselves, or possibly at all. Billy Bob, Lil C, D, thank you so much for joining me, and do pass our best wishes to Lil C.
Who? Oh.
Now, it looks like Robin is with a music legend who
Oh, Dito, ¿todo bien?
irreplaceable. Is that who I think it is, Robin?
It absolutely is, Patrick. Jesus.
¿Qué verga es esto? Papers, please. Pero manejando estaciones de radio. De televisión, o sea, manejando las cámaras. Censura y todo eso.
And to be close is to be human. And to be human.
Ya está, es todo lo que tengo que decir. Solamente que tiene una parte graciosa y otra parte que no.
Rachel, write that one down.
It's good to see you've done so well for yourself.
Thank you, my child. You know, I have you to thank for that. If it was never for your show supporting me and my music, I never would have transcended.
Now, there are rumours going around that you might be running for office. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, that's absolutely true, yeah.
But you're aware that elections have been suspended in the territories?
¿Qué?
No, I'm not running to be no prime minister.
Oh, you're not?
No. I'm going to be king of the moon.
King of the Moon?
Yes.
No, sorry. You're running for King of the Moon?
No, not running. It's my birthright.
And does this have anything to do with promoting your upcoming hip opera, Jason Space?
Hush now. Cynicism is so unmoon.
Okay. And how long will this last? Will it go the way of last year's Living as a Mouse fiasco? Or maybe your foray into ventriloquist beats?
I don't make the moon rules. I merely live by them.
So, are you looking forward to seeing the automated?
You know, I don't believe in film. Thou shalt keep thine image still and holy. That's track 4, Jesus Christ Megastar.
Okay, thank you for your time, and good luck with your new life in space.
And with you, my child.
Well, Megan, that's what success looks like. I'm going to see if we can grab someone else to have a chat.
¿Todo bien, Tito?
Thanks, Robin. But I think Stacey and I are probably in quite enough trouble where we are. So, 3 big names there, Stacey.
Yeah, big names.
Any thoughts about them, maybe from your generation's perspective?
You won't like my opinions.
Go on, try me.
Well, Bumbanonk is so old he's like 1 week away from a transition centre, so who cares? And Lil C was cool when I was like 12 or something, but now she's just another fucking loony. And Jesus is a disrupt-loving wanker who should have died with the rest of them 3 years ago.
You're right.
3 years ago.
You agree with me? No, you're right. I don't like your opinion.
You agree with me?
But
No, you're right,
thankfully, we can go back to Patrick now, who has another familiar face to catch up with. Oh, Patrick, what's the atmosphere like there?
It's absolutely buzzing here, Megan. The anticipation.
Sí, 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 ya sé, ya.
But a little birdie's told us that any moment
¡Ah!
we should get a
¡Pardo!
incredibly popular with our viewers. A favourite destination for many of the fans. Yes, the Mayor of Bumley will be arriving literally any second now. No sign of him yet, but as you can tell, the atmosphere here really is something else.
¡Ah, concha! ¡Lo vi eso!
Patrick Bannon, NNN, what's it been like since Bumley got so popular?
Well, it's been wonderful. The tourism numbers have exploded thanks to the marketing campaign. Investors have plowed millions into
Estaba pensando en el borde y no me di cuenta de que se
It's brought more Bumleyan homes. We're all very grateful. Of course, it's not all.
Obvio que se va a ver. Y este creo que es el... No, es el segundo segmento.
Bloody marvellous hole.
And how have you found public service?
Well, to be frank with you, it's been the greatest honour of my life to serve the town that I love so dearly. From the banks of the graceful Taint to the quiet elegance of the vomit-soaked car park outside the 24-hour petrol station. It's been a privilege, a pleasure, a gift, and I can't thank the mayor enough for all he's done.
Let's talk to the mayor now. Excuse me, sir, can you tell us a bit of what it's like to be elected to such a prestigious office? And do you have any words for your legions of fans out there?
Bark.
Stoic, but blistering honesty from the Right Honourable Peanut T. Fortescue there. And his PA.
A proclamation. Quickly, fetch your policy bag. Yes, sir. We'll get it ratified at once.
Well, there you have it, Megan. What an honour to literally see local government at work there. I'm still in shock. Back to you at the studio.
Thanks, Patrick. What a colourful interview there on what looks like an amazing night. They certainly know how to make an entrance, I hope. And the automated really does seem to have unstoppable written all over it, because despite Boris Hawley in Hours magazine calling it Lawrence Blunderclatch's overly long suicide note, in a review which ends with the words, "and he hasn't even had the decency to see it through," the film, which is free to all residents of the territories, has seen record pre-bookings and looks set to run for months and months. But let's go back to those lucky few seeing it tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Robin, you seen anything unusual there?
Thanks, Megan. Well, will you settle for the territory's most eligible bachelor? 5 years ago, Steve Saxon was an unknown. Then a series of incredible performances in acclaimed productions from Hamlet's Jam.
¿Cuándo no hay quilombos así?
Algernon Ding Dong made him the most wanted man in drama. He's been voted sexiest man under 25 for 3 successive years. Now, let's see if he'll talk to the NNN. Excuse me, Mr. Saxon. Steve, have you got a moment to spare to talk to the NNN?
Oh, hi, the NNN. You know, your show gave me my first chance at an audience. The raw me, Steve 1.0.
I remember. Even then, everyone could see there was something so special about you. The whole thing is burned into my mind.
A moment is the very least I can give your amazing viewers in return.
Not that we're actually going anywhere. Where is she?
Are you going to introduce us to your date?
But of course, this
I'm
is...
Charlotte Winstanley Hamilton. I was in Hey Friendship too. You know, that scene you burned into your mind. I was in that.
Oh.
No. Sorry. Don't remember you at all. Are you sure you were in that?
Yes, I was the pretty one. Tell her, Steve.
Looks are really important.
Well, if you say so, Steve. So it's been a big year for you. I believe you've been tackling the Bard.
Yeah, so I've been working with an enfant terrible called Quentin Sucker Punch. We've been doing all the Shakespeares.
Crikey, all of them.
Yeah, so we shoot one a week. I play all the parts, so I learn them at the weekend and then we shoot them naked in his steam room. The lighting in there is really good.
Sorry, did you say naked?
Yes, well, he is. I'm in a variety of hats. It's an old theatrical tradition.
I had a single out. It was called Look at Me.
And you did that advert, didn't you, babe?
Is that your dental floss?
And the sex tape, of course.
Steve! I don't like to talk about that. Although apparently it's available for $11.99 everywhere. Just ask your newsagent.
So, what is your favourite Shakespeare play then, Steve?
Ooh, I like the wordy one.
It's starting soon. I'm going to miss the trailers, and we haven't even got any popcorn yet.
She'll be here.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late, guys. What took you so long? I was an injured pigeon. I'll explain on the way in.
Now, of course, I remember you from that legendary first appearance.
Really?
Her too. You were such a serious little thing. You had that horrible sister.
Yes, that was me. I'm the horrible sister.
Don't be so hard on yourself, babe. Looks are really important.
Thanks, Steve.
So, what have you been up to, Harriet?
Actually, last year I was overseas bringing art to the starving children from outside the territories. They may not have food, but they can still have Canada.
Good for you.
And now I'm in an
Es lo que hay.
theatre piece about the existential angst of Wicca.
Aunque, la última vez que hubo cosas así, la cosa se pusieron bastante tensa.
Who got murdered in the bath in Night Slasher 3.
¡A nadie le importa!
Thanks, Steve.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
I think it's starting soon and I really need a tinkle.
Oh my god, you need the loo now. We're going to completely miss the trailers. You were so selfish.
Sorry.
We've got to go.
Oh, of course. Thank you so much for talking with us and enjoy the movie.
Thanks. Love the NNN.
I love you guys. Stop showing off. Sorry.
Oh my God, Megan, I can't believe that. Steve Saxon, Harriet Winstanley-Hamilton, and someone else, can't remember her name for the life of me. I'm too starstruck, if I'm honest. I think I've just come. Back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Robin. Lucky you, and enjoy the movie. The Automated opens in cinemas across the territories this weekend. What a star-studded event, eh, Stacey?
Who cares? No one goes to the cinema these days.
Of course. We'll be back after these messages. I still go to the cinema.
You should get yourself a video recorder, like the one at the home.
Yeah, I've got a video recorder. It's just not the same, is it?
You're right, it's better. No unevens chatting and chewing all the way through.
Oh, what about a kiss and cuddle on the back row? Doesn't that happen anymore?
In public? What's wrong with you?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong with me.
Feeling better? Right, you are. I've got to get set up for heat rash. I think Ronnie's on something.
I know he is. It was on his rider. Apparently it's medicinal.
Ronnie's always high. Give him orange juice.
My God, she speaks.
He's a stupid cunt.
And just like that, you wish she wouldn't. We seem to be a bit bunched up at this
Oh,
point.
don't worry. It's so cool.
It's what now?
It's...
Oh, here's Megan. She's going to be interviewing you.
Hello.
Hi. This is her... this is Stacey.
Well, hello there, Stacey.
Fuck off, Ronnie.
Right. No, I'm sorry, but if we can't be polite, you're going to have to wait in the dressing room.
Whatever.
Do you want to go and wait in the dressing room? Hmm?
No.
No what?
No. Thank you.
Okay. And sit up straight. You're ruining my shot.
That's 10 seconds, everybody.
No, cool.
Fucking right, Noko.
What's that? What's no?
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. For our final segment tonight, Stacey and I are delighted to be joined by Heat Rash. Their new album, Girls and Why We Love Them All, comes out this weekend. So, let me see if I can get this right. It's Nolan.
I write the songs.
Ronnie.
That's what it says on my tattoo.
Oh, you've got a tattoo of your name on yourself. Okay.
In case he forgets it.
This raconteur, you must be Chinny. Why do they call you Chinny?
It's because of this ugly old thing.
I don't know what you mean.
God, God, you're so fucking embarrassing.
Dale. Crikey, Dale, you do not look old enough to be in a band.
I get that a lot. I'm actually 23, the oldest one. I have a growth disorder.
God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
It's so co-preety.
He's only messing with you.
He's actually 58.
Okay, right, I see. You're going to be a handful, aren't you, boys?
Mum.
And you must be TP. What does TP stand for?
Tiny prick.
It stands for team player.
I see. How long have you had that nickname?
Ever since Nolan decided Terry Pronos was a shit name for a member of a boy band.
No co-Ronnie.
Yeah, no co-Ronnie.
Sorry, what does no-co mean?
It's the opposite of SoCo.
Not cool.
Fuck's sake. So-co.
Yeah.
So cohesive. You pretees say cool.
Right, okay. Thank you, Stacey.
Sorry about her.
Not your fault. She's uneven.
So you guys met through a popular show on one of our rival channels, didn't you?
Yeah, team players with a Z.
So how did that work then?
Well, actually, Dale and I knew each other from school. We were actually classmates. And
Fuck's sake, Nolan, mate. Give someone else a chance. We all went on team players. We all auditioned. The judges put us into bands. And, yeah, we went to their houses and they just put us into bands.
Okay.
it's an example of how we're greater than the sum of our parts when we work in harmony.
And occasionally singing it.
So every week on the show, they get these bands and they give them a song that the producer just found from under the bin somewhere.
Actually, I write the songs.
And the public would phone in and decide which song they like best.
Right, and then the losers would be eliminated. Yeah.
Mum.
No-co. Pretty, so no-co.
The band who get the most approval get to play their song again.
Sure. So what happens to the losers then?
Mum.
What do I keep doing wrong?
We don't use the L word anymore.
What do you mean losers?
Would you please stop saying that?
That word is a pejorative. It's a word designed to diminish. At Go-Getters, I learned very early that we only win when everybody wins.
But, sorry, that's not real life, is it? That's just sports board, no?
Thought you were SoCo.
Yeah, I am.
No!
Nah, you're a shrinker. Can't be friends with shrinkers.
She doesn't know what you're talking about. She doesn't understand.
So I do understand, actually, Stacey.
What's a shrinker?
Well, a shrinker.
What's a preety, Mum?
Well, I think it means someone who's older, doesn't it?
Pre-territories.
It's someone who turned 18 before the new future. We call you pretees.
Unevens.
Mimis.
Nonks.
It's not her fault she's old. She can't help it.
I'm not that old.
I'm trying to help you here.
I don't think I need your help.
See? Total Mimi.
Is that so?
Yes, obviously.
No! Ay, Dios.
You know what the real problem with you lot is? You just can't get over the fact that your beloved Disrupt are gone and you just don't fit in anymore. But the truth is, Disrupt were violent, no-co, pricks being led by a fucking psycho. I'm glad they lost, and you should be too.
Listen, not everyone over 30 supported Disrupt, Stacey.
Not everyone, no, but one fuck-off lot of you did.
SoCo, Stacey. SoCo.
We've all learned maybe a little bit more than we expected to there. I'm genuinely delighted to have met Heat Rash. And before we end the show tonight, I think you're going to sing for us, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. We're going to sing a song from Girls and Why We Love Them All called Pieces of My Heart, which is about a real relationship I had with an actual girl.
Oh, Nolan, give it a rest, mate. No one cares. Go on, let's get on these stools, lads.
Right.
Ay, Dios.
So, Stacey, can I get your contact?
Oh, she's 15. Go on, piss off and sing your song, Terry. Christ.
Right you are.
So, here they are with their latest single, Pieces of My Heart. Are you excited, Stacey?
Not for me, no. I only listen to blip music and a bit of jizzcore. Pop music is...
Ah, yes, I know I meant to mention this earlier. Apparently, these newfangled boy bands change singer all the bloody time. Try and follow along, eh? Keep the shot on whoever is currently singing the lead vocal.
I saw you standing by the man you sent with a brand new pair of Lakers, baby. Do you remember? You took the first of the pieces of my heart.
We wandered into a bush and grabbed a vodka instead. Took our assets and our wealth and drew them out of the bag.
I gave you little pieces of my heart. I didn't know two hearts could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last and leave them in the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I don't want you to pay. You make me crazier than Neil today. On Liberation Night, girl, I was sitting beside you.
We sat there shaking all the way through incisors.
We held each other as things fell apart.
We took a train through all the territories and we threw away the rules and wrote our personal stories.
You took a dozen pieces of my heart. I didn't know that life could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last. I leave them in the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. Snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times you have cried. As my old man used to say, blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil. Make me crazier than Neil today. And now I'm staring at your membership card. There's your picture beaming brighter than a handful of flaws. I'm trying to find the pieces of my heart
And leave them in the uneven parts.
Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil today.
Wow. Fantastic. Thank you, Nikash. That was actually really good. Best of luck. Thank you for coming in. Now it's almost time for final thoughts tonight. And I've actually asked Stacey to write a few, and they're just being programmed onto the auto cue now. Now, I have no idea what she's going to say. So, fingers on that bleep button in the broadcast room, just in case. Take it away, Stacey.
My name is Stacey. I guess you know that by now. Don't know why I put that in there. Anyway. I don't watch the news. There's no need. You hear all the important stuff from your mates, so I don't know what's considered important anymore, but I'm pretty sure that it's not rehash movies and fucking boy bands, so anyway. I'm going to talk about what's important to me. When Advance were first elected 6 years ago, I was 9 and in a home. Not a family home like you call a home. This was a state children's home. It was fucking awful, actually. It was like a Charles Dickens book. The roof leaked and the walls were damp some mornings. The food was bad. Drugs and alcohol were everywhere. No one cared. You had to watch your back all the time because there weren't enough staff to manage us. And yes, as you'd imagine, there was a lot of... Some bad stuff went down there with some of the staff, okay? Not all of them, but the others knew, and they didn't stop it. And then Advance won the election. And like a miracle, things started to change. They got better. We had nicer food. The home was not just repaired, but redecorated and kitted out with books and sports stuff and musical instruments and video games. Most of the staff were fired, and the new ones, which there were more of, spent time talking and working with the bullies. And you know what?
That didn't solve a work.
Second miracle. It worked. The bullying stopped. My life, got better. Because finally, there was enough money to do the good things, and Advance had the guts to do it. I joined Go-Getters, and on Liberation Night, that gave me a group of friends that I could talk with when the bombs went off and the power went out. Another miracle. I wasn't alone anymore. And that was the night I finally understood the importance of being in a team. So here's my final thought. I know the people who were doing better under the old system long to go back. You say, we were freer, but what you mean is, we were richer. But for every one of you, there is 100 of me. And even now, after all you've had taken away, you are still doing better than I am, than I likely ever will. You still have homes of your own and families of your own who love you. And I'll never have that. So maybe you should stop looking for the worst interpretation of everything this amazing government does and realise it's not for you. It's for the millions like me. And you can cry and bleat all you want, but you're never going to get your money back because it's already been spent on miracles.
Wow, thank you, Stacey, for that. Thank you, Stacey, for that.
Stand by.
Let's keep making tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Is that all right?
Yes, that was more than all right.
Nicely done. I think you might have actually given them something to think about.
So I guess you're going to be taking me back to the home now then?
I was thinking we could go out somewhere and, I don't know, have a meal, talk about our options, if that's okay.
Of course, Miss Wolf. Security will be standing by.
Thank you.
So they're always there then?
There was a thing a few years ago now.
Oh, with that Jeremy bloke? I heard about that, everyone did. Were you here back then? Doesn't look old enough.
She's growing on me.
Yeah, she does that.
Yo conozco ese chiste. Está lavado el cerebro. ¿Sí? Yo conozco ese diálogo. Me chupa un huevo. Le han lavado el cerebro. Y eso está mal. Y lo sé, porque acá pasó lo mismo. Pasó lo mismo con los putos Kirchner. No me jode ser político ahora, ¿sí? Pero yo ya vi esto. Y tengo 26. Y está repitiéndose la mierda con lo que estoy viviendo. Hace 12. Esto va para todos los kirchneristas y peronistas, ¿sí? Y no me importa lo que siga. hijos de un transatlántico lleno de putas. ¿Sí? Hijos de un transatlántico lleno de putas. Váyanse todos a la concha de su hermana. Y si muteé el juego. Esta mierda yo la estoy viviendo. Y yo la viví. Gracias No Games por recordarme cómo de mierda es la vida. Volvemos al programa habitual. Pero sí, me lo tenía que sacar encima porque ya lo conozco. Una comida. Una vez te contaste en la oficina de Guzmán. Todo está pristino de nada como el hombre fastidioso. Aunque es raro que llegue tarde. La puerta se abre tuya para imaginar las razones por qué. ¡Ah, Alex! Gracias por venir. Pasaron 6 años desde que empezaste a trabajar con nosotros, Alex. Pasó mucho en ese tiempo. Desde el desafortunado incidente con el señor Dollason hasta el ataque de Disrupt a este mismo edificio. El trabajo de tiempo fue excepcional. No puedo mencionar tu dedicación y el entusiasmo sobre la oficina. Me alegra informarte que estás preparado para una nueva emisión. Una promoción. Desde ahora vas a ser un ingeniero de transmisión senior. Gracias. Claro, además del aumento, viene con más responsabilidades, que vas a trabajar tiempos más largos. Vas a ser el ingeniero principal en las noches semanales. Y cada tanto vas a poner a cargo de la ingeniería de más shows para el canal 1. Es un futuro muy brillante en el tuyo, Alex. Felicidades. Ahora, vuelve a trabajar. Y con sonrisa hasta seguro que estás jodiendo. Pero vos, man, le agradeces si vas al estudio. Vas a poder trabajar en otros shows y vas a tener en el futuro. $2333. Una conclusión. Es tarde. Estuvo nevando todo el día. Y al menos todos los demás te estuviste adentro lo más posible, manteniéndote caliente. Realmente disfrutaría hacer show, pero hoy no fue nada más que una molestia. Ahora sí, mañana te des el día libre y puede que lo puedas disfrutar. Sam siempre se emociona cuando ves la nieve. Cuando eran jóvenes siempre agarraban a los chicos y los llevaban a jugar. Pasó tiempo desde que eso pasó. El nuevo lugar no se siente tan cómodo, especialmente ya que no podés darte el lujo de prender la calefacción. Sam sale del vídeo, te gira un par de cosas. ¡Pones una mano! Hay muchas escaleras de acá al auto. Entonces... tiene que pasarte una casa en mano. ¡Ay! Perdón, ya te ayudo. Corres para levantarla, ya te avisar. ¡Ay! Conseguí todo. Hay un par más de cosas abajo. Salís teniendo todo en el camino del ascensor antes de que te acordás que está fuera de servicio. Cuando agarras las masas, te das cuenta de que se han levantado todo para hacer fajitas. No, todo está mal. Te olvidas el clima, la factura sin pagar y... mientras cocinas en tu pequeña cocina hermosa, riéndote como solías hacer. Por primera vez desde que te moviste, quizás, Sam pone crema agria en la mesa, haciendo memoria feliz otra vez. La plata no es todo. Pero cómo ayuda. Pero, chiste pelotudo mío. Un tiempo para reflexionar. Pasaron 13 años desde que tu papá murió. Visitaste la tumba un par de veces. Normalmente en tiempos de estrés. O cuando estás tratando de descubrir algo. O cuando querés algo de paz y silencio. Y hoy no es diferente. Sentís la mano de Sam en tu hombro, dándote un apetito. Estás agradecida de que sigan acá con vos. Teniéndolo a tu lado hace que las cosas sean más fáciles. El graneo de un cuervo llama tu atención mientras vuela. Charlie tenía 8 cuando su abuelo murió. No pensaba la gran pérdida que fue ese momento, pero mientras se hizo más viejo, hiciste lo mejor para pasar lo que tu papá te enseñó. Pero ahora que creció, te está empezando a enseñar a vos. Lo cual es raro, pero de una forma muy linda. Estás orgulloso del hombre en el que se convirtió. Susie. Pobre Susie. Lo que no viste de vuelta, incluso solo para discutir. Solo quería explorar el mundo. Tan curiosa. Tan llena de vida. Hasta la noche de la liberación. Todo cambió entonces. Tantas vidas destruidas. Ah, Charlie era mi hijo. Chris era el otro, perdón. Siempre tuviste tus arribas y abajo con Chris. Eso significa que me decían... Si no le hubieses dado tu pasaporte estaría seguro. Esa me estaría feliz en ahora. Las decisiones que hacemos. Los mejores planes hechos. Traer a tu madre al centro de transición fue una decisión difícil. Quizá la más difícil de tu vida. No estás seguro de si fue la correcta, pero definitivamente no estabas sufriendo. Y al menos tu papá... Al menos ella y tu papá están juntos ahora. Lo que sea que pase después. Sería lindo tenerla acá con vos. Te das vuelta y vas en dirección al auto. No puedes controlar la vida. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Quién vive? ¿Quién muere? Todo lo que puedes hacer es seguir. Y ves lo que te tira. ¿Qué es la vida sino una serie de pequeñas decisiones que nos definen? Y nunca vamos a saber cuáles nos llevan de un camino y cuáles nos llevan acá. Día 2602. El final. 7 años desde la elección.
Alex, good evening. That time again. Best not to focus on the problems and all that. Let's just get started. But just so you know, problems with your equipment continue unabated. Locked buttons, screens flickering on and off, sparks and the like. I'm sure you'll manage without issue. Oh, and don't forget, you've got free reign of the SFX buttons now. Make sure to use them to keep the show lively. Cheers.
Y el logo de Advance, qué asco. Bueno, bienvenidos al final, pareciera, ¿no?
Of incisors. Apparently, it's mainly jigsaws and arson. At midnight, it's the full territorial weather, fertility, and birth report, and that's followed at 12:20 by the Glenfillanogh Valley Male Voice Choir debuting their first professional performance of the new territorial anthem to bring tonight's programming to a suitably uplifting close.
Okay, here we go. Big
So
smiles.
close. But now on one, it's time to hand over to Megan and the team for the nightly show.
You're 44. I'm going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening and welcome
Spice it up with some audience responses, Alex.
tonight. I'm Megan and I'm joined as always by the inimitable Robin and Patrick. How are we?
Well, we have got so much going on tonight. I'm excited.
I'd say I'm about a 12, Megan, on the excitement scale.
Yeah, exactly. We have got so much SoCo stuff coming up.
We sure do. We have celebrity chef Jordan Rankley who will be cooking up a storm.
We'll be announcing the winners of our big competition, Visions of the Future.
And we'll be joined by a very special guest for a game of Wheel of Truth. And I'll even be showing you how to make your own Leaders' Day gifts. We've got all of that and so much more tonight on The Nightly Show.
With SFX, less is more, Alex.
Live from the Channel 1 buildings in the heart of the Capitol.
Ugh.
The Nightly Show.
¿Qué carajo es esto?
Paces by Chef Jordan Rankley. But first, we know you love them, so Robin's going to give us an update on our lovely nightly show pets in Pet Corner.
Splendid, that's the ticket.
Well, Megan, first up we have our hamster, Lord Cheeks. Now, he's a squat winter grey with the scientific name Adipem stultus, and he lives here with us in this cage. Hamsters love hoarding, and they actually have special pouches in their cheeks for storing food. He loves carrots, apples, and chewing tobacco. Now, hamsters are nocturnal, so we'll do our best not to wake him up. But let's just see if we can... Oh. Well, the door has been left open. It looks as though Lord Cheeks has actually gone for a little wander. But I'm sure he will be around here somewhere. In the meantime, let's say hello to our tortoise. Now, after last month's viewer vote, she is now, of course, called Slow Barbara. And don't panic, even though it is December, Babs here doesn't actually hibernate. Let's say hello. Oh, she's sleeping. Oh, Babs. Oh. Oh.
Meow.
Those are our nightly show pets, Megan, both alive and well. Back to you.
Are you taking the piss now?
We'll check in on them, or some very similar animals, at the same time tomorrow.
Fuck off, boss man.
Because if not, you're about to be. Patrick Bannon is with Chef Jordan Rankley, and they're going to be showing us how to knock up a delicious apple pie. It's time to go into the kitchen.
Don't forget the SFX buttons.
That's right, and I'm joined here by Chef Jordan Rankley. Welcome to the Nightly Show kitchen. How does it compare to the kitchens you're used to?
Love the colours. It's vibrant. It's fresh. It's shame about all the arseholes. Yes?
Sorry?
What?
So, you own 6 restaurants. You've been awarded 9 Ballon Massifs across your career, and you've worked alongside the best chefs in the world. Tonight you've got me. Oh, are you worried?
Am I fucking worried? Are you worried? Are you fucking worried?
Yes. So, what are we making today, Chef?
So, we've got a family over for Leaders' Day. Yep. They're hungry. We're going to make them a delicious apple pie.
Ooh, lovely.
It's got the sweetness. It's got the acidity of the fruit, and then you get the richness of that pastry. Incredible.
Wow, okay. So, where do we start?
So, we've got to start by making our filling. So, we've got about 1 kilogram of fresh cooking apples here. Fucking beautiful. And we're going to slice these up perfectly. Yep. And then, straight into the pan.
Your new show, Demon Kitchen Heart Eater, starts on Friday here on Channel 1. So, tell us about that.
So, teams of young chefs come into my kitchen, and one by one I destroy them emotionally. And if there's time, I teach them some basic knife skills. Fuck me, Patrick. What are you doing?
What?
Shit. Is that how you cut? Fuck, you'll lose a fucking finger.
Oh, don't worry, I've got spares. Right, so once we've done that, we set these aside whilst we make the pastry. Yeah?
Yep. Boom. Yeah? Okay. Sugar, butter.
Yep.
We mix that together, and then a whole egg.
Yeah. Okay, egg.
What are you doing, you fucking donkey? Are your brains the size of that fucking egg?
Oh, no, Chef.
No. Shit. Right. Mix that with a wooden spoon and work in that flour, okay? Work that into a nice ball of dough, just like that.
So, what does the notoriously fierce Jordan Rankley do to unwind?
Shit the bed.
Yeah.
What's that? What is that?
Well, it's a bit lumpy.
Lumpy? It could fucking pass for a sack of spuds. Touch that. Touch it. Yeah? Pathetic. That goes into chill. Now, we're mixing our filling.
Okay.
Apples, sugar, yes, cinnamon.
Well, you own 6 restaurants across 5 territories. Which is your favourite?
Are you mixing that or fucking it?
What?
Are you going to light a candle? Take it out to dinner? Fucking mix it for fuck's sake. Right, now we're rolling out 2/3 of our pastry. God. Bit of flour into the dish.
And the filling.
Oh, Dios!
Absolutely right. Oh, lovely. Then we're taking the remaining pastry.
Gente, si no saben.
To a round, and that goes on the top. Beautiful.
Lovely. Okay.
Right. Brush a bit of water around the rim. Beautiful. Now, press gently all the way around. And wait for 5 seconds, very carefully, with steam. And then brushing the whole thing with the egg.
Lovely. Okay. Egg. Ta-da! What do you think?
Oh my God. You, come here, you. That's a disgrace. I'd rather jam my eyeballs up my fucking arse than look at that. I'd rather use my tongue to tie my shoes after a fucking shit-kicking contest. Do you understand?
Then it goes in the oven for 45 minutes.
Oh, put your fucking head in the oven while you're at it. Useless. You! Come here, you! You're the worst fucking thing to happen to food since cyanide. Do you know that? I tell you what. Fuck off!
Oh.
Get the fuck out of here! Fuck off!
Okay, well, while I do that, let's go now to Megan and Robin, who will be announcing the winners of our competition. Visions of the Future.
I think you might be using those sound effects a little too much there.
Well, that looks delicious. If you want to follow along at home, then make sure you write in with a stamped addressed envelope and we'll send you the fact sheet. So, Robin, look at all these amazing entries to the Vision of the Future competition.
Yes, we challenged you to show us your predictions of the future, and we were just inundated with entries, weren't we, Megan? From wacky inventions to global problem solving, they are all amazing, and we had the best time looking through each one.
It was so tough narrowing it all down, so we have some amazing runners-up. In 3rd place, drum roll please, we have Hamish, who's 3 from Lunwelly. He calls this Still Life and Future of God, and it really blew us away. Just look at the line work here, and I can really feel every passionate stroke of the brush.
If you look here, you'll see a beautifully rendered, what I thought at first was a smiley face or perhaps a cat. But I think if you really look, you'll see it's actually a representation of the seeming futility of death through the eyes of the living.
Indeed. He's also chosen to just leave a lot of it behind, which I think is really interesting. If you know Hamish and his work, of course, he loves focusing on the negative space rather than the image itself.
Stunning, absolutely stunning, and such talent from one so young, Megan. But next up, we have our 2nd place entry. So in 2nd, drum roll please, we have Keith, 41 from Dungleys. Yeah, Keith, we were sort of aiming this towards our younger viewers, but still, he has sent in his idea of the future, which he's calling Ravaged Earth.
Indeed, he says in his really rather detailed notes, deprived of basic resources, society will resort to a brutal system of weekly battles to the death where only the victor may breed. He also says at the bottom here, either that or about the same, but maybe a bit worse.
I really love his attention to detail. You can see the sort of gladiatorial arena, and then what I can only assume is Keith himself pulling off this chap's head and shouting, "Come back to me, Linda!" Oh, Keith. Maybe if you spent more time outdoors and less time entering children's competitions, she might not have left.
Special one there. And finally, of course, it's time to reveal our winner. All our runners-up will receive a day out at an inflatable Happy Land on an industrial estate just off the A40. Sorry about that, Keith. But our lucky winner will win the chance to spend the day at the Department of Change to see how our teammates are actually making the
Guarda questa sta musica.
And the winner is, drum roll please.
I'll help you with that.
You're 8 years old and you are from Smugly. We absolutely love your picture here. People's Parade. You've got folks walking coming together, just really celebrating the diversity of our society.
You've got people with all different flags, people celebrating their religion and their bodies, and there's even a game of sports board happening over here. That or some overzealous littering. It's hard to tell.
I love these robots having a little bit of a dance, getting involved in the party, aren't they? This one seems to have gone a bit haywire in what I can only assume is an ominous sign of things to come. Lovely, Lola.
Well, if our winners have inspired you to make some artwork of your own, do keep sending them in. And yours could be displayed in our gallery here.
Well done again to everyone who took part. We're going to take a break now, but when we come back, we'll be playing the Wheel of Truth and making some lovely homemade gifts. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
Right. From what I can tell, the vision mixer's getting even worse for wear, Alex. I expect things will be more challenging in this next segment, so be careful. Don't take any unnecessary risks. Not like what we're putting out actually matters anymore.
My flat's not far from here.
I'm on the bus.
Not tonight. I'll get cars arranged for you both. Find me when you're done and I'll take you out through the loading bay.
¡Eh! Ok, tengo un minuto para ir a mirar, así que voy a aprovechar rápido.
It's playing havoc with the sound.
It's bad out there. We're being stretched again.
I've had to use a high-pass filter.
It's a revolution, Colin.
Well, can you ask them to keep it down a bit?
Jenny, where's Glyn? Can we get him out here? I'm not sure about this grandma one.
Oh, he's writing with our other guest at the moment.
I just wouldn't say grandma.
Grandmother?
Yes, grandmother's arsehole. That's much better.
Oh, okay, everyone, if I could have your attention, please. Sarah just needs a word.
Apparently there's been some sort of disturbance near the studio. Now, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about, but I wanted to let you know that I've asked for extra security and they're already on their way.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, 10 seconds, so position.
Ok, ahí está.
Pose.
Okay, this time you've said it.
Laughing, and we're going in 5, 4, 3.
A bit more audience reaction would be nice, Alex.
I'm sorry, we were just saying we can't wait to taste Patrick's pie. I don't know, I think I could wait.
Well, here it is, fresh out the oven.
Well, it does look amazing. Jordan, how did our Patrick do?
Well, let's just say that pie's got more crust than my grandmother's arsehole.
Well, thank you for that. Well, come on, try it. Dig in.
Okay. Whew.
Oh my God. Oh Lord.
And a little glass of comfort for Robert, I think.
But now you better go and get ready for that next feature. Every night we play a game of Wheel of Truth with our celebrity guests. But I know what you're thinking. Megan, we've only got one celeb guest. Well observed, viewers, well observed. Well then, I'd better bring her out.
One for the state of the nation.
Guest, what do you think?
And one for me.
Best-selling author, lawyer,
¡Compartí, conchudo! ¡Compartí!
It's Julia Thornbury.
¡Oh, concha! ¡No, esa hija de puta! ¡No! ¡No!
Oh, Megan, you look incredible.
Stop it, I was just about to say the same thing. Now, don't get too comfortable. It's time to head over to Robin and Patrick as we play Wheel of Truth.
Has the audience gone to sleep? Remember the SFX button.
¡Fuck off!
That's right, it's that part of the show where we pit our celebs against each other to see if we can break them.
That's right, Robin. They're going to spin the wheel to pick a round, and it could be anything from box of flies to slap my face. They really have no idea
Lovely.
what's in store.
So, up first, we have Jordan. Let's give it a spin.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, let's see what you've landed on. Okay, it's fact. or fib? Jordan, is it true that you've been known to order takeaway for a dinner party and pass it off as your own cooking?
It's one fucking time. One time.
Well, I think if that pie was anything to go by, you did them a favour.
Not so fast there, Julia. Fact or fib? We've heard you've got a very interesting way of saving time during the laundry.
Oh my god!
Go on, why don't you tell us about it?
You absolute no, I don't. Okay, so don't judge me, okay? What I do is, oh god, I'm going to lose my job over this.
Oh, we're all friends here, come on.
Oh, okay. So I only have one bra, okay? And so one day a week I wash it, and on that day, I can't wear it.
No! Honestly, raise my taxes. We're clearly not paying you enough.
Come to my dressing room after the show. We'll sort you out.
Are you blushing, Patrick? Is all this talk of bras embarrassing you?
I mean, I'm not blushing. Come on then, you, Julia. Spin the bloody wheel.
Let's do it.
Oh, por... Alguien máteme, por favor.
Okay, here we go. It's guess that face. I'm going to show you a picture and you simply have to guess that face. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Julia. Oh, who's that?
Oh my god!
Is that you?
Yes! Look, it was a very difficult time fashion-wise.
That hairdo is fucking hilarious.
No, don't. I think it's sweet.
En este orden, por favor.
Oh, well, don't get too ahead of yourself there. Jordan. Who?
Oh.
Is this? Does that look familiar at all?
Wow! Well, I'm glad I was getting fashion advice from someone who managed to make 7 look like 85.
Just what the doctor ordered.
¡Compartí! ¡Por el amor de Dios, Bosman! ¡Compartí! ¡No seas malo!
Have another spin.
It's my go, Dad. You go on. Sorry, I'm so keen. The water's going so much.
Oh, well, you ready for a treat?
Yeah.
It's fat or fish. Okay, if you look under your podiums, you will find a lovely fish smoothie. Now, I'm going to ask you both a question, and all you have to do is answer it honestly, or else you'll have to drink the smoothie. Okay? Are you ready for the question? Yes. Here we go. Which of your esteemed hosts is the more talented one? Oh, what a cop-out.
How is it? How is it?
Oh, we made it extra fishy.
I need my fucking mouth. Do you know how much these taste buds are worth? Well, we've got time for one more quick spin, so go, Julia, go! Here we go, my goodness. Okay, so, Julia, take a look in that box under your desk there.
I think Lord Cheeks is trying to get in on the game. Bless him.
Julia, what have you got in that box? It's not cheese, is it?
Another one, Mr. Bozeman. Don't mind if I do, Mr. Bozeman.
Linguals? What am I supposed to do with these?
Well, give it a go for us.
But I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Come on. Do it, do it,
I want
do
to
it, do it, do it. Oh, she's doing it. She's fucking doing it.
I have to say, unexpected. Well, gosh, that was our game of Wheel of Truth, and my
¡Alguien máteme!
Okay.
¡Compartí! ¡Hijo de puta! ¡Comparta! ¡Comparta!
That's right, you join me in Crafty Corner, where today I'm going to be ably assisted by Julia. Come on over here. Goodness me, I don't know how you're keeping your dinner down. I can still smell that fish.
Well, to be honest, I've had worse. I used to eat at Peter Clement's house.
Oh, well, I hope you've got your artsy hat on, because today we're going to be making something very close to my heart. It's our little studio. Look at that. Isn't it adorable? All of us there on the sofa.
Wow. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, is that all you in there?
Yeah, it is. If we can just get a little zoom in, there we are. Oh, I don't know about you, Julia, but I always leave my holiday shopping to the last minute.
Oh, every year. I do it every year.
Well, luckily these make amazing gifts. Shall we get cracking?
Oh, well, not much left in the bottom. Really not too...
Shoebox here. And Julia, that's it. Grab those scissors. I just want you to get rid of this front panel here.
Perfect. Will do.
Are you big celebrators in your house, Julia?
Oh, yes. No, in my house we show our love through food, like big dinners, loads of drinks.
Absolutely right. That's the best bit about any holiday. It's all that food.
This bit as well.
Absolutely right. Cutting along the line there. Do be careful with the scissors at home. Make sure you're being supervised if you are a child. There we go. Fabulous.
There we go.
Okay, so it's going to look a little something like this, and I've got one here I made earlier. We painted it with a bit of poster paint, white to match our lovely curtains here in the studio, but you can obviously have whichever backdrop you like.
Like a nice shiny gold number.
Well, exactly right. So we're going to make bits of our set now to put in the studio, perhaps a little desk. So I'm just going to grab this piece of card. I've just got it from a little cereal box packet. I think you... Oh, give me this one, Julia. Shall I?
Thank you so much.
And all you need to do is cut along the lines there. Fabulous. So what's the best part of any Leaders' Day dinner, do you reckon?
I don't even have to think about it. Really? I love the 3 potato pie.
3 potato pie? I don't know that one.
You know, with the chips covered in the mash or wrapped up in a jacket potato. Is that just me that does that?
I don't know, but that sounds starchy. Well done, Julia. So now she's folding over a little bit there.
Me da vergüenza ajena esto, por el amor de Dios, que me traigan la anterior, por lo menos no me daba vergüenza ajena. ¡Ayúdame! ¡Ayúdame!
That's what we need next. We're going to make that out of a lovely paper cup.
Knocking
down there, knocking it all over.
I got one though, Megan.
Good, fantastic. We're just going to cut along the line here, down the middle. Exactly right. Then when you've done that, around the bottom, and again, around the top. Well done. When you're done,
there we go.
It's going to look a little something like this. And look what I've done there. I've stuck some felt down. Nice and comfortable sofas.
Yes, can't have our tiny Megan having an uncomfortable sofa, can we?
Absolutely not.
She'll be on the phone to her tiny agent and getting someone tiny fired.
Yeah. Well, there's only one thing missing, isn't there, Julia? What is that?
A higher calibre of guests.
Nearly. It's people. So all we've done to make our little people is we've stuck a cocktail stick into a bottle cap. We just need a face for that now. I've got a good one here. I know it well. It's me.
Lovely.
I'm going to stick it down there. A little bit of sticky tape. Oh, my felt's going everywhere. There we go. Oh, I'm a bit lonely. Let's take Robin and Patrick over. Sitting down on the couch over there.
There you go. And well, I'll make myself just comfortable just there. Yeah, there we go.
And these, of course, are all
Lovely.
made and cut out of our favourite newspapers or magazines, so you can have any guests you like. Julia, is there anyone else you'd like in a studio?
Oh, yes. Well,
Go on then.
I'm going to be playing Wheel of Truth with Ronnie from Heat Rash.
Nice.
Yes, put that here. Yes, he's going to be teaching me choreography, and I'll be teaching him foreign policy.
And of course, you can decorate them however you want. Perhaps you're a bit, I don't know, nostalgic for the old look of our studio. We've got the blue studio down there. Or even a bit of retro red. I've got Sheila Quickstep being interviewed there by... Oh, sorry, that's not supposed to be...
Oh, Mama, that's please. Oh, bloody hell, is it still on?
It's time for a break. When we come back, I'll be on the couch of chat talking to some of you, and I just cannot wait. We'll be back after these messages.
Why do we bother, Alex? What's the point? It's not like this is even close to journalism anymore.
I guess I just blanked.
How did I let it get this far?
You did remember You're coming with me.
Oh, fuck off! Bossman, fuck off!
Don't worry, we've got the Prime Minister here.
It's good that she's here. She's the reason for the extra security.
Are we going to need it?
Possibly. They're back.
It's not very reassuring.
I know. Good thing I'm not your mum, right?
Ok. Que Dios nos ayude. Acá. Están de vuelta. No. No. No están de vuelta. Disrupto está de vuelta.
Bodies. They would decide what kinds of relationships are natural.
They would exploit the vulnerable for personal gain.
And they would eradicate betterment in exchange for a noose.
They see themselves and their narrow view of life as the default, as the status quo, predetermined and inevitable.
Questions and runs to my family. The Sprongs are huge in circuses and casinos.
There would be.
And brothels, obviously.
Oh, crikey.
Everybody okay in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we would be if you stopped asking us questions like that.
We're expecting troublemakers, but nothing serious. You might hear some noises, but it's nothing to be concerned about. The services know what they're doing.
So, nobody freak out when the shooting starts, okay? The show must go on and all that. Tits and teeth. Oh, sorry, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Jenny. Tits and teeth, armed and ready.
10 seconds, everybody. God, kill
Best
me.
in the business, she is.
In 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the nightly show where it's time for the Prime Minister to face the toughest critics in the territories. You lot out there.
Call us on the usual numbers with your questions for the Prime Minister. First up, we have Humphrey from Hamble Bamblebury.
Lovely place. I'm hoping to retire there.
Oh, good choice.
Are you there, Humphrey? Hello, Humphrey. We appear to have lost Humphrey. We'll try and get him back, but let's go to another call in the meantime. Who have we got next, Patrick?
Next up, we've got Mandy from Arsminster. Oh, I don't think I'll be retiring there.
Hi, Mandy. You're through to the Prime Minister. What's your question?
Che, ¿qué cortó las líneas?
Hello? Mandy? What's going on, Jenny?
We try not to talk to the crew.
Jenny?
The lines are down.
Oh, well, call down to maintenance and get...
We can't. All the lines are down.
What?
Well, apologies to our viewers at home. We seem to have a few technical gremlins making mischief behind the scenes. So while we're getting back up and running, Patrick has a
Ay,
couple
me
of
olvidé de ver los
questions
palabras que
that were sent in by our viewers earlier this week.
I do? Oh, yes. yes, no, of course I do. Well, our first question is from Patricia, who lives on Camera Avenue. And what she really wants to know...
Lock the door! What? Lock the fucking door!
Don't do the CCO! Seal the doors! You're Jenny, aren't you? Come here. Don't be afraid, Jenny. We're not here to hurt you. We're not here to hurt anyone if we don't have to. All I want you to do is to keep the show on the air. Do you understand? Just do your job and everything will be all right, okay?
Don't be afraid, Jenny.
You two, on your knees over there. Move! So, this is the famous couch of chat, eh?
I
Good.
don't answer questions at gunpoint, Mr. James.
Oh. You're not at gunpoint, Prime Minister.
They are.
They are.
Oh, please don't kill me, please. Nevertheless, if you think I'm going to answer to you, then I'm
Oh,
afraid
you don't have to answer to me, Julia. Are the doors locked and sealed?
Yes, sir. No one's getting in or out.
Good. Good. All clear.
Good. Thank you. Yes, good.
Jeremy?
¡Puta, sí, mira! ¡No!
Hello, you.
Why didn't you make contact?
It would have only put you in their crosshairs. I'm sorry.
You're a rotten, selfish bastard.
Yes. Keep the show going for me.
Of course.
Let them go, Alan. There'll be no killing tonight.
Hello. Sorry, I don't think we've met. I'm Patrick Bannon.
Is that what you're telling yourself, is it? Sorry for barging in. Hate what you've done with the place.
Me too. Would you like your spot?
It's yours now. You wear it well. So, let's talk, shall we?
Armed security are on their way, Mr. Donaldson. I know you know that.
Well, we best make use of the time we have then, eh?
Well, I'll leave you to it then.
No. I think you should stay too.
For safety.
For balance. Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Let's welcome back the National Nightly News. Tonight I'm joined by probably the two most influential people in the country, if not the continent. So let's see if we can't kick over a few rocks and see what's lurking underneath. Prime Minister, if I could turn to you first.
I have nothing to hide.
Except that which is already hidden. Prime Minister, what is norethindrone?
I beg your pardon?
Norethindrone. It's used in birth control, among other things. If you haven't heard of that, perhaps you could enlighten us in regards to Agrobacterium tumefaciens.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Donaldson.
Well, that suggests a lack of attention to detail, Prime Minister. It's a bacterium used in the genetic modification of an organism. And I found traces of both these substances in every single one of the menu centre food boxes that I've had analysed, from across the territories, if you want.
What exactly are you suggesting?
I'm not suggesting anything, Prime Minister. I'm just pointing out the facts.
Oh my God. Is that why Kate and I can't have...
So you blamed it on the radioactive clouds from your bombs?
Before Stacey, we tried so many times.
Prime Minister, is there something wrong with the food?
Fine. You want the truth? You think it'll help your viewers sleep at night? Well, here it is. 6 years ago, when we came to power, we got access to the real facts and figures. And they told us we were doomed. The population was expanding at an unsustainable rate. Within 50 years, we would be out of natural resources. We would war over fuel, and then inevitably food and clean water. It was no exaggeration to say that we were facing extinction. It was supposed to be opt-out contraception, an end to unwanted children, a chance to rebalance. But something went wrong in the testing phase. Nature took over. I never wanted this.
So you covered it up and blamed the sterility on the bombs.
Oh, please don't lecture me on morality, Mr. James. Your hands are far too dirty for that.
Disrupt only did what had to be done.
Disrupt are not the answer. You'll just take us to an even more extreme version of where we were before. Your miserable policies will kill us all.
I'm not the one who built the transition centres.
No, you're from a time where people didn't even have the basic right to choose how and when to die.
You turned children against their parents.
We enabled young people to speak up about the abuse that they were facing. And guess what? Most of that abuse came from within their own families.
Identity cards!
Oh, grow up!
You sterilised us against our will.
I built a sustainable future.
That's too much. That's not for you to choose.
Well, if not me, then who? Who would choose it for themselves?
And isn't that at the heart of all this? You don't trust us to choose. You think you know best, you know what's good for us, and if we disagree with you, then you'll send us to betterment. That's why there's no news anymore, because there's no choice, so there's no point.
There should be elections.
Elections have been suspended.
Time to unsuspend them then. If you want to carry on, you'll need a mandate. We have people ready to stand against you in every territory.
So, let's turn to you, Mr. James.
Yes. I want to assure the public that though Disrupt are occasionally forced to violent means, we are not by nature a violent organisation.
Jenny?
Yes, Jeremy?
Could you have this queued up for us, please?
Of course, Jeremy. It'd be a pleasure.
Is that from Disrupt leadership?
In a way. Mr. James, before you launch into your rather premature election campaign, I think it'd be useful for the viewers at home if you were to also answer a question or two.
Of course. When we come to power, one of the first things we'll do is restore a free press. The truth is very important. No more hidden secrets.
If you say so. From whom do you take your orders, by the way?
I beg your pardon?
Well, you're Disrupt's spokesman, but for whom do you speak?
You know I can't tell you. It's too dangerous for me to say.
Don't worry. I don't share those concerns. You see, I've met with them almost 5 years ago now, back when I was a news anchor. And I also met with them a week ago to discuss tonight's activity. I think they wanted to check that I'd stick to the script, which really shows how little they know me. So this time, I wore a hidden camera. Would you like to see a little of what we discussed?
No, you can't. She'll have them arrested. They'll be dead by morning.
Not an unfair assessment.
Fortunately, it's not up to me. It's up to Alex in the broadcast room. What screen, Jenny?
Screen 4.
No, you can't. My people will stop you. Cut the power to your machines.
Well, I would imagine mine will be doing their level best to ensure that Mr. Donaldson's footage gets the airing it deserves. After all, my security forces will be here soon, and I imagine this will end very badly for all of you.
Queued up and ready.
Thank you, Jenny. Alex, showing this will have consequences. For someone not showing it, it's up to you.
Alex, you got us this far. Please don't fall at the last hurdle.
Oh damn, glad I'm not making this choice.
Fuck you!
Good work. All the years of disrupting. You could make it all for nothing. Please, don't play that footage.
Fuck you!
And you're absolutely certain in your research?
It's unpalatable but true. Advance are covertly sterilizing the population.
Why don't you just release this through your normal channels?
Mr. James is surprisingly efficient rabble-rouser. The peasants respond to his more earthly qualities. But you, Mr. Donaldson, are a face they trust.
We did not risk our operatives' lives to rescue you out of altruism.
And afterwards? Once all this is out in the open?
We anticipate considerable unrest, possibly riots.
Followed, of course, in the restoration of democratic elections, under our control, of course.
Nature abhors a vacuum. You, Mr. Donaldson, will create that vacuum, and we should be there to fill it.
That will take considerable resources. From what I understand, Advance took your wealth.
The visible billions, yes.
Some markets still prosper.
There will always be addicts.
And those with carnal desires for livestock of all ages. A lucrative business indeed.
And then there are the foreign powers, outside the territories. Those who fear to follow the fate of my glorious Erkistan. For them, no price is too high.
Folks like us are always well-resourced. You need have no concern about that. We have the required funds to fight and to win.
And once the fight is done, to make sure this aberrance is never seen again. A return to the natural order of things. The wheat rises to the top and the chaff is burned away. No more living side by side with ill-educated savages. Let the plebs pile up in the ghettos.
Yeah.
Strict order, an end to ungodly acts. Everyone back in their place.
Including our Mr. James. It amazes me how he cannot hear the Damoclean sword as it dangles above his head.
Oh, he was an ignorant bull. He sees only the red cape in front of him, never the hidden blade.
And so it is with the low orders. They are lost in this new world.
They will gladly walk back to Old One, and they will be ours again, as it should be.
Excellent.
Excellent.
You set me up.
Nope.
No, Alan, you did that to yourself.
Now do you understand what you're doing?
You understand why we have to.
Pathetic. Neither of you recognises your own reflection.
How long, Jenny?
For long, I imagine. For any of you.
Security are outside. They've been here for 5 minutes, but they're not doing anything. Turns out there's a lot of them who wanted children. We're already a few minutes.
Ooh.
Bozeman's no fool.
Do you want to take us out?
It should be you.
It should be both of us. You start.
Before we go tonight,
one final thought.
There's so much to digest here. What's happened tonight in this political circus.
The tent is collapsing and the ringmasters have lost their glitter.
There will be elections. Soon, I'd imagine. You'll be able to choose.
These two will run. A choice between a shit sandwich and a cold cup of soup. A circus of horrors.
Two extremes, both offering their own form of misery.
You can choose advance and be equal.
In cages, like performing lions.
Or disrupt and be free.
To struggle and starve.
Or you can do something different. You can run. You can stand. You can stop promoting the way things are and change it.
You're good people, and you are sensible people. You know the difference between right and wrong.
So stop whinging and do something. Take responsibility, because if you don't, it'll all be left to these clowns.
And that's the worst circus of all.
My name's Jeremy Dawson.
And I'm Megan Wolf.
Have a transformative night.
And then make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
You're done. This programme, this channel, all
No,
of
Julia,
you.
not them. We're done. They got us both.
Your security team say they'll escort you when you're ready. We can call you a taxi, Alan.
Where would I go?
Wherever you want.
Am I under arrest?
I think you know you've made that impossible, Mr. Donaldson.
My bosses won't be pleased with you.
Child sex traffickers and wannabe dictators are the natural enemies of the reporter.
We should go and see Bozeman.
We'll do it together.
Yes. And then we'll burn this set.
Dios. Pa, como las 8 horas. ¿Ya no puedo el expreso? Sí. Hay más de un final. Sigue siendo mala la nación. Idea de la industria. Y sí, se recicla la misma película una y otra vez. Sí, Saris todavía sigue buscando plata para la luna. También científico así. No, no voy a volver a hacer eso. Luego sí se movió de fuerza a fuerza. Recientemente sacó una línea de velas con esencia y una cinta erótica. Desafío a Remington y Remington Swift ahora controlan más de un cuarto de la bien de la receta. Ya decir que se convirtió en centro turístico. David Wong, malo con pena y culpa, se vio recientemente cayendo en el mar gritando "Socorro". Jefferson continuó siendo un lugar de eventos surreales. Se se arrepiente confortablemente. Perdón, ¿qué quieren que les diga de este juego? No, en serio, ¿qué quieren que les diga? Obvio que lo recomiendo, obvio que es excelente. Y creo que pegó bastante bien el hecho de haberlo jugado ahora, cuando dentro de un mes tengo elecciones. Sí. Digamos que fue medio ganas de jugarlo y medio planeado. No, ok, en serio. No, gente, tengo que decirlo igual. A pesar de su buena tejera, Cambio y Vostok siguió trabajando. Ganó un trabajo mejor que por... Mierda, qué carajo. Bueno, era eso de Deus Ex y lamentablemente no planifiqué Deus Ex en la lista. Man, te miedo la lista, no estaba este juego encima. Ahora sí, es bueno, cómprenlo. Cómprenlo, muchachos. Compren este juego. Pressure Corps parece estar imparable. Solamente hubo un desastre de crucero de lujos y entonces la mitad de los pasajeros sobrevivió. Ok. ¿Y qué tal el crash? No puedo pasarme los test una semana y si lo hago lo quiero pasarme los test de una. No, ahora me queda una semana. Esta semana va a ser libre. Mentira, el lunes arrancamos con Son de Fox 4. 5. Cada cine se vio comiendo comida de un 2-0. Es un hombre roto con muchos deudas. No, boludo, no llego. Probablemente improvisemos algo. ¿Qué pasó, Bruno, nomás? No todo, pero... No, pero si algún día me paso los Crash, tengo que hacer los tres juntos, es lo justo. Lo hice con Crysis, lo hice con Dark Souls, lo hice con... Descent. Es lo justo. Ah, pero aún así tengo que jugar el 1, el 2 y el 3, y para eso necesito tiempo. Y no tengo. La pintoresca pueblo de San Bumble del Time continuó. El agujero fue nombrado un área de belleza natural.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
The votes are in, and it's a decisive win for Accord. The new centralist party snatched victory from under the noses of the mainstream parties.
Incoming Prime Minister Fatima Chowdhury called Accord's win proof that the major parties had lost the trust of the nation and signalled the end of extremist politics.
Neither Advance nor Disrupt, who failed to garner even 10% of the vote between them, have released a statement.
Later, we'll be looking in detail at the election results across the nation before Jeremy brings us a report on the recent unrest in Valdez.
That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Y el ciclo se repite. Cuarto de epílogos. Desbloqueaste un acuerdo. 1 de 14. Okay. ¡No! Las próximas votaciones son el mes que viene. Después son cada 4 años. Espero que estas sean mis últimas. ¡Ah! ¡Ah! ¡Al juego! ¡No! ¡No! Las cancelaron, sí, era Venezuela. Era peor que Venezuela en realidad, pero no importa. Vamos, León. ¿Qué esperaba?
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight.
Starting!
Every single one of you's a bit J.
Yo mucho más no tengo para decir. Así que... Ya dije que es excelente y en parte me ha tocado hablar de temas jodidos. Pero... Yo creo que esto es una muy buena representación de cómo son las noticias en LATAM. En la mayoría de los casos. No. ¿Si estás? Va, si están. Así que bueno. Por mi parte yo no tengo nada más. Canal extra con archivos que no interesa. Canales extra cuando sean a todos los puntos solos, creo que no hace falta decirles eso. El lunes voy a arreglar con Thunder Force 5, lo vamos a pasar, no voy a ser muy buen si no me dan los presupuestos. Pero bueno. Por lo menos esto me va a dejar pensando un tiempo bastante largo. Así que bueno, sé exactamente con quién voy a ir. Cruzando los dedos de que no esté terminando. Por decirme que no, por favor. Ok. Bien. Estoy activo. Y bueno. Nada más por mi parte. Play, gracias por pasarte por la seguida. León, gracias por pasarte por bancar. La gente que ha visto esto de fondo o ha visto las repeticiones, ya sea por Twitch, por YouTube, muchísimas gracias. La verdad fue un placer jugar esto. Y bueno, nada más, como siempre, yo soy Lord. Esto fue Not for Broadcast, o un simulador de noticias en LATAM. Les doy la elección a ustedes. Y nos vemos así el lunes para Thunder Force 5. Bueno, y después seguirá algo. Nos vemos.